Hi, everyone. Okay, windows are done. What's up, everybody? Early morning. For us. For us. Yes. What's up, everybody? So it's 10:26, right on time. Today, I'm doing a co-stream with Dr. K, Healthy Gamer, aka Healthy Gamer. So we're gonna start the call any minute. Before I message him, friendly reminder, this is not therapy. Full disclosure. We're gonna talk hopefully about that, and I'm gonna ask him probably at the beginning so we can kind of set a good foundation before we start talking about everything. And what else? Oh, okay. So for those of you that did respond to my request on the Discord channel, once again, if you didn't hear me talk about it yesterday or you didn't read the comment I left in that channel, of course, it's impossible to get to everything that everyone wanted to talk about. That being said, I spoke to Dr. K yesterday evening and just sort of like to talk before today to clear everything and figure out what we wanted to discuss exactly. And something that he said, which made a lot of sense, is that in this stream, he wants to talk about my personal experience with the subjects that we're speaking on. So obviously it's impossible for me to give my personal experience with all of those things because I can't personally relate to every single thing that you guys wrote about. But that being said, I think that's something that we can always talk about more in depth on my stream here, just me and you guys. So I always have those questions and comments saved for later, and we can always talk about them another time. So thank you, Swiss. I turned it down a little bit. Oh, whoa. Why is it looking extra loud? Oh, it's because it's not working. Never mind. 1 second. How did this change overnight? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. I even shut my computer down last night. Sometimes it's weird. Have you tried turning it on and off again? Still not working. There it is. It's really wonky sometimes. Muted now? It slid on its own. It slid on its own. Sorry about that, you guys. I was talking to myself anyways. I said I was sending a message to Twitter and then I was going to call Dr. K. This mixer just has a life of its own. Like you put the computer to sleep and it changes sources. How does that happen? Oh. Biff is here. Adenjan 8, thank you for the 10,000 biddies. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the subs, everybody. I'll do some shout outs later. I probably won't be doing them during this for obvious reasons. Andy, what's up? How's it going, man? Thank you for the 4 months. What? I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming of summer. Okay. All right, chat. We'll figure out how to do this. I'm going to bring them up on my screen as well, so got to figure out the best way to do that. Put like this. I did. Discord. Discord, Discord, Discord. Boop. Boop. I'm setting you guys up. All right. 1 second, you guys. I'm going to turn my camera off here so it doesn't get wonky, but you can hear me.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hold on. Okay.
Same here. I'm
Can you
going
just count to 10 for me?
Yeah, I'm going to pop out your feed too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Perfect. I think I'm going to turn you up just a touch. Welcome.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
How are you?
I'm tired, but I'm all right. Let me just bring up my camera and yours for a second. It's going to take me a... What time? You're a couple hours ahead of me, right?
That would depend on where you are. I'm in Texas.
Oh, okay. I'm in LA. So you're 1 hour or 2 hours ahead of me?
2 hours ahead of you.
2 hours. Okay.
In the future.
In the future. Like the sunset. All right. We're almost there. Bloop. Bloop, bloop.
There's blooping.
There's always blooping. This looks good. And then I'll go in and crop. So while I do this, so there's not awkward silence, I was wondering, I've always wondered with your streams, how do you interact with chat? Because you usually deal with pretty heavy subject matter. So is it sort of just there, or do you interact?
I usually ignore chat completely when I'm talking to someone.
Okay. Interesting. I've always been curious about
that. which is I'm sad about on some level, but also like I try to just give the person my full attention.
Right.
And I find that there's a lot to pay attention to. Then I interact with chat during slow moments, or sometimes if something is going on, like someone is dodging a question, I will look at chat and see if they can tell. Because now chat has learned, like they've learned what resistance looks like. They've learned what dodging has looked like. They like begin to see patterns in the person. And so I'm kind of curious. Like it's actually quite remarkable how much people have learned.
That's cool. So do you like keep it? Do you keep it closed though, or do you still kind
No,
of
I
see
have
it?
I have a second monitor
Okay.
over here that I usually don't, because sometimes like I need to keep track because I won't, I'll have muted something by accident or whatever. So I need to have it somewhat available, but
Right.
usually it's, eyes forward.
Cool. All right. I think that is good. Are my cameras being moved? Okay. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
And
Turn this down.
so welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And what do you go by? What should I call you?
Sasha is good. Or
Okay.
If you hang around long enough, Uncle.
Uncle.
Yes, yes. My
Can you
chat
help me understand?
yeah. My chat affectionately refers to me as Uncle.
Uncle Sasha or just Uncle?
It can be Uncle Sasha, Tio Gray. It could just be Uncle.
Oh, I see.
There's a few
Okay.
variations.
And how did you come to become an uncle?
Inside jokes. Twitch loves to meme everything. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I think it just something I said and did. But probably over a period of time, somebody commented, "You're like a cool uncle," and it stuck, and it hasn't gone away. But I like it.
Awesome. Cool. And so you said you're a little tired today? Is that
Yeah.
just because it's early in the morning or yeah.
Sadly, yes. Sadly, yes. So I'm already
Yeah.
on. I brought coffee, so we'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, so thank you so much for accommodating, the central time zone.
Oh, don't worry.
Appreciate it.
Of course.
And is there something in particular you want to talk about today, or something that you think we should spend our time on?
Yes. So a couple things that I would like to talk about are procrastination
Okay.
and parasocial relationships. I think those are two things that are very relevant to me and my community, though. Like, it's something that we're all interested in and that we have discussed in the past.
And so what should we start with?
What should
I
we
will
start
defer
with?
to you and chat.
Okay. And then one other thing that I did want to ask, just so we can also set it up for the people that, like, maybe they're not part of my regular community, but they're just here lurking, hi lurkers, is that you are a doctor, but what you do on Twitch, you have to fully disclose that it's not therapy, right?
Yep.
So I've heard some people say that they're confused by this, or that if it's not therapy, then what's the point of putting people on stream to provide entertainment? So I think I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that, so we could sort of set the foundation and also be clear with everybody that's watching that, like, yeah, we're having discussions and we're being as open as I feel comfortable with, but at the same time, it's not therapy, and we don't want people to take that away and, possibly misinterpret things as well.
Can I, so I can give you an answer, but can I ask you a couple of questions just because I'm curious what you think?
Yeah.
So what do you think I do on stream?
So I've watched a few of your streams. I haven't watched them in a while. When I watch your streams, I've not done therapy, so I can't say, but it feels like therapy to me. And I feel like I am learning something, and I feel a lot of people can relate to that. So there can be a blurred line, I think, for everybody watching, but I'm also emotionally intelligent enough to understand that, like, there are reasons, there are disclosures, and people have to be safe. And people also that are chatting with you probably have their own boundaries, just like I do as well.
Sure. So, and then what do you think? So I understand you haven't been to therapy before, but what do you think therapy is?
That's a great question. I think therapy is a tool to help people better understand what sets them back in life. That's, like, the best way I can view it.
Okay.
Or to work through problems that are maybe affecting their life personally, that slows them down from growing in life.
Okay. That's a wonderful answer, right? So it's like helping people move forward in life in some way.
Yes.
So let's say I'm Theo Gray, and is Theo Gray, like, like if I have a problem, like who do I come to? Like, we're like, oh, go talk to Theo Gray. Like Theo Gray is wise, right? Theo Gray will help you. Like,
Yeah.
and people come to your chat and they're struggling with something, and like Theo Gray like steps in and is like, hey, this is what you should do. Like, and you can really help someone in that situation, right? Does that make you a therapist?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
So then what, but like helping someone move forward in life, I think that that's a really good answer for what therapy is. But I would say that, we do that. A lot of people who aren't therapists do that. What do you think about that?
I agree. And I actually joke to some of my close friends that sometimes I feel like a therapist, because not so much with chat necessarily, but in real life, I can't tell you how many times people come up to me and they just expel their problems. And this has been something that has happened to me since I was like 11 years old-ish. I don't know what it is, what kind of aura or thing I have around me, but
Sasha.
people love to tell me their problems, like people I've never met.
Yep.
And that's so... But
do you want to talk?
Sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to talk about that today?
I
know it's not procrastination or potentially parasocial relationships, but
I'm down to talk about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's just table that for a second.
Yeah.
But we should definitely talk about it because that's very interesting. So then what, if people come to you, right? People come out of the woodwork. You were standing there eating a sandwich, in a park, and someone comes to you and they're like, Theo Gray. Like everything is wrong with, and so you feel like their therapist, you're supporting them emotionally. So then, like, what is the difference between you and a therapist?
Oh, I'm not qualified. I don't have the experience or the tools to really help somebody. I don't think, in the same way that a therapist could or should.
In what way? Okay, so let's talk about that. What way could a therapist help them that you are not trained in?
The tools and education, I think, because I have spoken to people that work in mental health that are qualified. So I know a little bit, or I know enough to understand that a trained professional has the tools to sort of like dig deep and I hate this word because it's so overused right now, but unpack like the reasons and motivations behind somebody's problems, I guess you could say.
So let's say that for a moment that I am doing therapy on Twitch. So there's like an ethical concern with that, right? Because like, I'm talking with people publicly. And so if I'm a doctor and we say that there's an ethical issue there, then that means that I'm not allowed to stream on Twitch, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So then like if someone wants to offer life advice or wants to help people on Twitch, what we're essentially saying is that the more qualified you are, the less we are going to allow you to do that.
That sucks. Yep.
Right? It's interesting.
Yeah.
So it's like I can, if I didn't have an MD degree, like I could show up here and be like a spiritual cult leader.
Well,
and that would be totally fine. Like that's like ethically completely acceptable. But the more qualified I become, the less I am able to help people. Right.
I actually wanted to talk to you about that as well, because I've seen so many people on social media, it doesn't matter what platform, speak like they are. And when you said a cult leader, that just makes me laugh, because sometimes you do get that feeling from people. Sometimes they speak as if they're qualified. But, maybe they took some therapy, they read a few self-help books, and then they realized, wow, like this has helped me. And that's great. That's super positive. But then they present themselves as somebody who's qualified. But they're really just sharing really, not always, but quite often superficial armchair analysis of situations and of life, right?
And what do you think about that?
It makes me laugh usually because I tend to see through those kind of things. Other times it's impressive because, we do live in a society where we applaud people who are self-made. So sometimes it's actually pretty impressive. But what I often find is that these type of people end up regurgitating a lot of similar small tidbits of self-help advice. And so one of those things that I've been hearing a lot in the past year is about procrastination. And I am a master procrastinator.
Good.
And so something that I
Very
keep...
suited to your Ayurvedic dosha, by the way. Do you know what Ayurveda is?
No, I don't.
Okay. We'll explain a little bit, but keep going.
Okay. So what I've heard a lot of these people say is, well, okay, let's do it. We're going to talk about procrastination. You procrastinate because, and it always leads into, you procrastinate because you are afraid of success.
Okay. Before we jump into procrastination, can we do can I share my ethical thing about therapy and swimming?
Yeah. Let's.
It's totally cool that we move from one into the other, but let me just kind of close that up for a second. So like, I think it's interesting, right? Because what you're essentially saying is that the less qualified you are, the more you are allowed to speak, the fewer ethical concerns you have. Totally fine. We're going to get into that in a second. So here's what I'd say. When you say that clinicians, licensed professionals are trained. So what really trained in that the average, internet guru is not, is clinical illness. Mm. So if you look at like literally the, American Psychiatric Association's definition of therapy, it's like, an intervention that is designed to help someone with a clinical illness, to treat depression, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, addictions, things like that. So I know that what I do looks and feels like therapy to some people, probably overlaps at some, but I don't think that's, I think the real thing that, and that's because you guys just haven't seen me do therapy. Like, yeah, if you saw me do therapy, you'd understand the difference. And people who have come into my office before understand the difference. There's a longitudinal relationship. There are usually diagnoses involved. There are treatments involved. Yeah. I don't treat anything. I don't diagnose anything. And some people may feel like that's a technicality, like I'm skirting that, but really it's not. I mean, I think that part of what I've discovered, and this also goes to a broader conversation about mental health, is that somewhere along the way, like if you think about, there are a lot of things we do for our physical health that are not medicine. Mm-hmm. And like, that's totally fine. But like, what do we do for our mental health that isn't therapy?
Right.
Right. So like, there's actually all kinds of emotional nutrition, like emotional support, like Theo Gray, case in point, like you fulfill something for these people that a therapist fills for some patients. Mm-hmm. But I don't think that makes you a therapist. I think what we've actually done is broaden the umbrella of therapy to include all things mental health. And just like physical health, like there's nutritionists, there's personal trainers, there's massage therapists, there's physical therapists, there are medical doctors, there are surgeons. And so if we think about the physical body, there's a chef, right? Like there's so many things that we do to support our physical health. And as a society, I think like therapists have sort of monopolized the mental health space. Mm-hmm. And I think now that we're, meditation is on the rise and stuff like that. So a lot of people get benefit through that, like a lot of people get benefit from Theo Gray. Like, there's a lot of different things out there that can support mental health. And so, I feel pretty good about what I do because it's really not diagnosing or treating illness. Like sometimes I'll get close to that line, but I'll purposely not step over it because I think that does change the relationship. And I think that part of the problem is that like, I think more people should be doing what I'm doing, not less. Like it's, I think that like you can support your mental health in ways that are not therapy.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And I'd also like to add to that, like, I also don't think it's possible to have a real mental health therapy session on camera with, for me personally, when I know I'm aware that there are people watching, I could never open up to you on camera the same way I could open up to you as if we had a private relationship as patient and therapist. Right. So like, I think some people, it's hard for them to understand that, but like anytime you put a camera on somebody, they will change.
How does the camera change? Wait, hold on. I was going to ask you a question about how a camera changes you, but it occurred to me that that is outside of the two topics that we had discussed.
Yeah.
Are you okay if I ask you that?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
How does a camera change you?
You see it. For me personally, when a camera goes on, I'm a little more, let's say a little more energetic, because in professional settings, people have said, be more energetic. But I definitely, it's like being on a stage. You feel that you're putting on, I don't want to say a show because that's a little bit too extreme, but you are presenting yourself. You know that people are watching, you know that people are listening. And so I'm not going to sit here, like hunched over, lean back, unless it's a 12-hour stream. I'm going to present myself a certain way. Whereas if in real life, I'm like 20 times more chill than this. And I am very monotone. So there is a big difference. And you see it too, though. Like you see it with babies on social media. You'll see parents recording their kids. And the minute that the toddler realizes that there's a camera on them, they light up, right? They change. And philosophically speaking, we all wear masks, right? So I want to present the version of myself that I want you guys to see. And I think most people do that, whether or not they're aware of it.
Okay. So let me ask you something, Sasha. So you try to present a version of yourself. Makes perfect sense, right? Like that's what we do as streamers. And at the same time, I'm noticing that people are drawn to you since the age of 11. Right? So I'm kind of curious, how do you understand what are they seeing?
That's something that I ask myself all the time, and I don't really have an answer for that. Maybe more so now, like as an adult, as somebody who's in the public eye, I understand, like, what are they seeing? They're seeing somebody with experience that is best known as coming from an industry that a lot of people consider extreme or taboo, but that I've also been able to grow and have success outside of that. So I feel like there's a level of trust that people feel when they ask me questions. So they trust my advice based on my experience.
So I'm going to push back against that for a second. Okay. So people come to you and you're saying, okay, the reason they come to me is because I've transitioned industries, I'm experienced, I'm whatever, blah, 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 whatever you just said, right? It's very, very well crafted, very intelligent. But why did they come to you when you were 11?
That I can't figure out.
Right. So let's be careful, because like if they were coming to you then, like you can come up with all the answers that you want now.
Right.
But like what makes you think it wasn't the same thing that it was when you were 11?
When I really think back on it, like there's a big age gap between my siblings and I. Mm-hmm. I'm the younger and I'm the youngest, but I felt like I was held to similar standards. So even though I was much younger, I had their wisdom to sort of look up to. And I was always probably, I don't want to say serious, but maybe a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit more mature than some of my peers, maybe. But at the same time, not, because I was a total goof and loved to be loud and stupid and funny, like any kid. But
Sasha, are you special?
I don't. I'm sorry. It feels like I'm laughing because that feels like something so sweet that my mom would ask me.
Okay.
Am I special? I think everyone's special. I don't, while I say these things about my current self as an adult, I don't want that to come off as pompous. Because at the end of the day, I'm still a human, right? And I still have flaws and I still have my own issues and problems like every human being does. So it's not to come off and say that like, this is me and I'm great for these things. But do I think about life. Am I special? Yeah, I guess I'm special. Everybody's special, but you have to recognize that to motivate yourself to be positive. But I'm a very humble person.
Yeah, so there's something interesting that just happened, right? Like there's an answer to the question, which is if we really dig through the bullshit, the answer is yes. But there's the mask on top, which is like, I'm not allowed to say yes because then I'd come across as pompous.
Yes.
Right?
Agreed.
And this is where, like, Sasha, I think that like what people, and this is the challenge. I mean, I'm, I know you're successful and everything, but I think that like you're actually not showing the best part of yourself because there's something that people have been like drawn to since you were a child, which you purposely push to the back when you present yourself a particular way. What do you think about that?
I think that's something I've never thought about. So it's actually fascinating. Like, what could I be pushing back?
Right? Because
I don't have an answer to that.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get there, but maybe we won't. But I think it's just interesting because I think what I'm hearing is that almost, I mean, so this is where, if you wanted to run a cult, you'd do a very good job. Because there are people, I've noticed this, right? So like there are people who, like that other humans are drawn to.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing so hard because there's an inside joke in my community where we say, we're not a cult.
Yeah.
And it's funny. It's funny.
I'm not surprised that people have joked about you being a cult leader because I think you have the makings of a cult leader.
I see the title now.
You make it seem as if that's information that I need. I already had that information. Like, I'm aware. We've figured this out already. People have been drawn to the age of 11. This is what happens, right? So sometimes people like you wind up in positions of public prominence, right? So like that sometimes happens. Like some people call this charisma. But I think the real question is when people come to you, are you able to help them?
I hope so. For sure. But I think
you hope so for sure.
I hope so for sure. And I say that because, again, it's so hard. I think there's a difference between stream life and IRL. So when somebody brings up a topic in chat, of course I can't answer everything or respond to everything. Nobody can. But when I see something that I feel like I should respond to or that I can respond to or I can relate to, I do try to give my best advice. But I also know that it's hard to keep the attention of people. And I hope that the things I say are getting through to them.
Why do you think people okay, so when people come to you and you try to do your best to help them, let's forget about stream for a second. Let's talk about non-mask.
Yeah.
Let's talk about T.O. Gray, right? Which is interesting because you actually have a persona, right? Like a persona of like the friendly person that people come to. The person who's understanding and supportive and so when you're that person, like, do you think you help people? Like, forget about stream and chat and stuff.
IRL for sure, yeah. So, I know I have like helped people get out of bad situations.
And how do you understand how you're able to do that? Why is it that you're able to do that, whereas potentially other people may not be able to?
I'm very patient.
Okay.
And I'm a good listener. Those are like the two immediate things that come to mind.
Can I think about that for a second?
Yeah. And I guess to add to that, I've lost my train of thought. Sorry. I think if it comes back to me, I'll bring it up again.
I get the sense that, sure, you're a patient, you're a listener, but that you kind of know what they need to hear in that moment.
Yeah, but I like you said, cut through the bullshit. I try not to sugarcoat things for people.
Yep. Right. Which is what they need to hear.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a certain, so it's interesting because what I'm hearing you kind of say is that you're like transparent and authentic with them.
Mm-hmm.
And that people respond very well to, because I think you probably do a good job of being compassionate, but also not sugarcoating things.
Mm-hmm.
What would you say?
Yeah, I'm definitely empathetic. I feel other people's pain intensely. Intensely. It's insane. So much so that sometimes like I feel I have to work on shutting that off.
Okay. Yeah, you have the makings of a cult leader for sure. Like these are the attributes. So like this is actually well described in some of these old yogic texts, right? So you exhibit many of the things because like like these religious figures, like they start when they're young.
Yeah.
Like they'll like leave home at the age of 10 and will like climb the Himalayas and things like that. And like some people express this kind of uh they have like a certain temperament where like people seem to be drawn to them, and for whatever reason they have some degree of like insight, and you're kind of able to say the right things. You're compassionate. I don't know how where this is going to go, but I definitely see that. So one thing that some of these old texts would say is that you've done a lot of spiritual work in a past life. I have no idea what your religious beliefs are. We can go down that road if you want to, but that's how they would describe what this term, because like some of that carries over to this life. And so when you're born, you kind of describe being a little bit more mature, and you attribute it to all kinds of things, like you had older siblings and stuff like that, but I'd say it's like temperamental. I'd say it's personality too, that
For
generally speaking you seem to be pretty chill and pretty monotone. You're actually like not that so like those are all like characteristics that are consistent with spirituality in a past, or a lot of spiritual practice in a past life. And so I mean, I think that you just I would encourage you to think a little bit about, there are advantages to putting the mask on and being higher energy, and there are advantages to offering people what they expect. But I suspect that the most that you have to offer actually gets pushed to the back when you put on the mask.
And do you think that's, again, it's hard to sometimes hard to distinguish. Like, do you think that applies to both IRL and on stream?
No, I think it's more on stream, because I think IRL, you don't wear the mask. And so whatever it is, it's kind of like a moth to a flame, right? It's kind of weird. It's like you're exuding some kind of signal that makes like randos come to you and ask for help. And I know this because I've been exuding this signal for many years too. And so like people would, my wife calls it collecting strays, that I collect strays. Like humans will come to me.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, can you help me with this thing? And it's been happening for a long time. And it took me a while to realize what that was, is that, I can be a cult leader too. So you just have to be careful, because you have to know what you're dealing with so you don't actually become a cult leader.
Yeah. I think a large part of that is POS. And so there's so many abstract rules of what we can and can't talk about that it makes it difficult sometimes to go in depth with things. Other days, I just want a game.
Sure.
I just want to cook, and I don't want to do that or be that. But there are other things that I am within this realm of helping people that I am passionate about, but I feel like are difficult to discuss on stream because of those rules. Like I feel like we're always having to watch what we say, and I feel like it's only gotten worse over the past year. So that's.
Can you tell me more about that? What's gotten worse over the past year?
I feel like the enforcement of these enforcement of rules has become, and somebody, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, somebody said arbitrary. Yes, I meant arbitrary, not abstract. Thank you. There feels like there's a lot of arbitrary rules that we're not even aware of, or that the rules are arbitrarily enforced. And every day you see on Twitter a streamer saying like, I got banned and I don't know why. And I still don't know, and it's temporary, but still I don't know why. And so I do feel like I have to be really careful when it comes to the subject matter that we speak about. We as content creators are at the mercy of these platforms, right? While it's great we are able to be here and do what we do and make a living doing it, on the other hand, these are major corporations that, at the end of the day, they dictate their own rules. And it doesn't matter if it's Twitch or any other social media platform. It's just the way it is. And a lot of voices are also suppressed. Like, I am shadow banned everywhere. So to have...
What does that mean?
Shadow banned means that on the internet, your name is blocked from like smart search and auto search. So, when you type something in on the internet and you write like cute K, and then it autofills kittens and it drops down, you click on it. So that's one thing. That's a form of shadow banning. But it also means that they block all of your social media profiles from being seen by other people. Like they literally cut your reach off, even to the people that already follow you. So it makes it very difficult to have organic growth and have people find you. So knowing that, and then also knowing what I have on Twitch, it makes it very difficult to be able to like have more open and sometimes adult conversations, right? Like conversations that are meant for grown-ups without, and I say that and I know people are going to laugh, but like seriously, it's not only 13-year-olds on Twitch, right? There's a lot of frustrating things that happen.
You're quite analytical.
Yeah. Sometimes too much.
I'm getting the sense that you calculate a lot. Like, I'm hearing you kind of, really be aware of what the different variables of the equation are.
Mm-hmm.
It's impressive.
Thanks.
Also seems like a little bit of an uphill battle.
Mm-hmm.
Does it feel that way sometimes?
Every day. Every day, yeah. My catchphrase is "Lotta continua," which loosely translates to "the struggle continues." So yes.
What's it like to struggle every day?
I try not to. While that means a lot to me, I try. It's a fight, right? Like there are days where I feel like, yeah, today I'm gonna take over the world, and I'm gonna. Yes, brain. Like this is it. I have confidence and I'm motivated. And then there's other days where you feel exhausted and you want to go move to a foreign country and like invest all your time in helping other people and live on a farm, right? Or like live in the wilderness, helping build homes for people.
That's how you start a cult. Get yourself a patch of land in the wilderness. Start growing your own food.
Yep.
Become self-sustaining.
Dude, sorry, no, we'll talk about that later. I don't want to get off topic.
Wait, what? No, go for it. You can't leave me hanging.
Okay, so a few years ago, I became, and this is going to sound so culty, but I improved my quality of life and health with herbs and essential oils. Long story short, I was having like nonstop allergy attacks. And they felt like flus, right? So they would just completely knock me out. And after trying all Western medicines, I started like just researching alternative methods of healing on my own. And in that process, I was looking for some oils, some essential oil. And I found a random website of a alleged, let me speak carefully here, of an alleged cult. At the time when I ordered, I didn't think it was that. I just thought it was, a place where you can buy some oils. When the oils arrived, then I said, this is weird. Let me look it up. So, yeah, it's like the purple something. It has even a cult sounding name.
Wait, but what about the arrival? Like, did it come with cultists wearing? Like, what about the? I'm so confused. I'm envisioning an Amazon package with some bottles of essential oils inside.
Oh no! It arrived in. I just threw it away, so I don't have one. But it arrived in an empty, recycled battery package, right? And then they filled clearly, like they filled the oils from a larger source and put them in, so very homemade looking. And then they taped around the battery package to reseal it. And it was just the way it was packaged and put together. I was like, this is weird. I didn't even use it because I don't want to use something that's not sealed, right?
When you say a battery package, are we talking like a carton of Duracell?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, like
so
the
like
paper
Energizer
bottom.
Bunny.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And now, like recently, I was thinking about it. I was like, man, that would make a great documentary, and somebody's doing it. Like at the time, nobody was talking about this place, and then somebody else discovered it as well, and they're trying to do a documentary. Yeah.
Interesting. So your allergies got better with herbs and stuff?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like night and day, quality of life completely changed.
I find myself being curious about what worked for you, but I don't know if that's skirting TOS. If you say something,
because it's personal.
Okay.
So even like
I'm curious.
I say that to my chat because I've talked about this with them before. Like, this is what worked for me. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an herbalist. I cannot tell you what will work for you.
So you can say that, but I can't because I'm a doctor.
Okay. So there you go, chat. I said it.
But I mean, you don't have to tell me now, but I'm always looking for solutions for allergies for like other patients. And a lot of what I recommend to patients actually comes from patients. So someone will tell me like, oh, like this actually worked for me. And then I'll do some research and I'll kind of see like, oh, okay, it's interesting. Is there some data to support it? Is there some evidence behind it? And if I get a strong personal recommendation from a person and then find some evidence that supports it, then sometimes I'll make a recommendation to a future patient.
Cool.
So I'm really curious because I think allergies tend to be hard to kick.
Yeah. And I'm not actually allergic to like any food necessarily. It's just like they call it environmental allergies and rhinitis. Like it could be somebody smoking a cigarette and I start sneezing for 20 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, did you want to talk about like procrastination and parasocial relationships, or are we just going, off the range and into cult land? I'm fine with either.
Yeah, let me ask you about. So, I just wanted to get your opinion on procrastination because, as I was saying earlier, for people that might have missed it, excuse me, I've seen a lot of people on social media that are really influencers. They're not qualified professionals in any way. Talk about procrastination, and a common theme that I keep hearing is that you procrastinate because you're afraid of success.
What do you think about that?
I think that it can apply to some people, but it absolutely does not apply to me.
Why do you think you procrastinate?
And that is something that I probably have not asked myself enough of. I really, truly, I don't know. It's just something it's something in my brain that happens, and I set timers for myself. I set alarms for myself, and then I'll still find ways to procrastinate.
Okay. Can you just give me an example of something you're procrastinating on?
Yes, like I need to, and it can be really small things, but I need to create a list of codes, for instance, for my stream. And this is something that one of my mods, who also helps me with my YouTube, has been reminding me to do for months. I think, the one answer I do have is that I think I'm overwhelmed a lot. So sometimes I don't know where to start. Other times I genuinely forget. I feel like I do so many different things and I don't have a 9-to-5 desk job. I end up probably sort of burning myself out and not really taking a lot of downtime. So I'm sort of always all over the place. Like, okay, I got to do this. I got to do this. And I don't keep lists as organized as I probably should. So I think that those things contribute to me feeling overwhelmed and not knowing where to start with things.
Okay. Why are you overwhelmed? Hold on. Let me just think about this before I ask you more questions. I'm trying to decide whether I should just give you answers or ask you questions.
Both.
What makes you feel overwhelmed?
Oh, we could be here all day.
That's why I was thinking about the question. So here's what I'd like to do, Sasha, but you let me know if you're okay with this, okay?
Sure.
One is, I think that there's stuff that you're struggling with. Maybe not struggling is not the right word. There are things that you deal with that sound challenging to me, but that conversation is going to be more personal in nature. We may be closer to getting you to open up a little bit. But you've said that you don't potentially want to do that, so we don't have to go there. I will for sure give you like a 15 to 30 minute spiel on procrastination that I'm like 80% confident will help you a lot.
Okay.
And we can just do that at the end, because I think I have a good sense of what's going on here.
Yeah.
And it can also be helpful for your like viewers and stuff, because we'll explain, like how procrastination, for example, is an umbrella term. So it's like an emergent phenomenon that's based on all kinds of different processes. And so you'll get like a particular Instagram person who will say like, oh, it's caused by this. No, it's not caused by that. That's like, death is caused by cancer. Like, yeah, that's true, but it's also caused by all kinds of other things.
Exactly.
Right? So how do you diagnose? So like there are, 3 discrete kinds of procrastination that I tend to like diagnose and work with. I mean, it's not really like a medical diagnosis, but like I've sort of seen 3 routes to procrastination that tends to help like 70% of people. And then there are additional buckets which result in procrastination, like feeling overwhelmed, which is you just don't have, and we can kind of talk about that principle. I mean, I think a discussion on procrastination can be like a 12-hour lecture.
Yeah, for sure.
Where you go through neuroscience and different circuits of the brain, and like, it all applies. But I mean, I'm kind of finding a lot of curiosity about like, it being an uphill battle every day, you feeling overwhelmed. But I just want to make sure that you're comfortable talking about that. And if you're not, that's totally cool. We can just steer clear. What do you think?
Yeah, we can dig into it a little bit.
Okay.
And then if I'm not comfortable, you'll probably realize that immediately.
Yep. So I may, just like now, I'm going to signal to you whether we're going to talk about it, or like I'll ask you for permission. Okay. I'll probably check in with you. And if I see that maybe things are becoming uncomfortable, then I will signal to you again.
Okay.
And then one thing that we need to be really careful about, okay? Because there is the presenter that may not want to disappoint people. So we have to be careful that that person is not the one answering the questions.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And feel free to say, that's not an answer.
Okay. So is that
works
person already answering? Okay.
That works.
Okay. So let's be careful, because you're allowed to disappoint us.
Yes. And another thing that one of my mods just reminded me of as well is that squirrel. I get distracted a lot. A lot.
That'll be part That'll be part of the 30-minute explanation.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so tell me so it sounds like you're overwhelmed by a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I do, like I said, I do so many different things that it is really hard for me sometimes to figure out how to prioritize things.
Okay. What makes you do a lot of different things?
Well, it goes back to not having a 9-to-5 job. So constantly either trying to create new content, make sure I show up to stream because that is an obligation too, you know, as much as I do enjoy it at the end of the day. People like to say that they stream just for fun, and it is a job too, you know? So knowing that, like, I have certain expectations that I have to meet, but then there's also things creatively that I would like to do and I would like to fulfill for myself. And I've always been independent. Like, I've always been self-sustained. I don't have like a team of 1,000 people or 20 people doing everything for me, right? And I just report to them and show up. Like, I am hands-on. And now, thankfully, because of my stream, I do actually have a small team of people that like help me with some like social media and YouTube stuff. But still, like, I feel like I'm always, if it's not one thing, it's another. And that's work life. That's not even personal life.
Okay. So I want to understand so I'm hearing that you have a lot of stuff on your plate.
Yes.
So how does something wind up on your plate to begin with?
I put it there.
Okay. So let's understand that. Okay. So this is not a problem of prioritization. It's like, here I am, like at the buffet, I've got a plate full of food. I'm like, I don't know what to eat first.
Yeah.
So this is why people have trouble with procrastination, because they look at the current situation and they ask themselves, how do I fix this? Mm-hmm. That's not where the money is. The question is, how'd you wind up here in the first place? That's what you need to fix.
Right.
Right? Don't try to dig yourself out of this hole, because like it's jumping in that's the problem. It's like, you know, okay, so you know, like, let's just think about something. Like, what's something, you know, how do things end up on your plate?
I think part of it is survival. So like some of it is just pure economics. I know that I don't have 1,000 things to fall back on, right? Meaning I don't have this. I keep saying 9-to-5 job because it's easy for me to sort of paint this like picture and delineation where I don't have a salary to fall back on, right? So for me, I always have to follow and chase new, I don't want to say trends because that's so not me, but yes, like trends in technology, trends in streaming, and trends in content because they change so vastly. So like always catching up with those things because they are essential to what I do to make a living is overwhelming, especially when you don't have, like I said, I don't have a team of 1,000 people doing these things for me. And especially when...
What happens if you don't stay on top of trends? I'm going to interrupt you from time to time. If that bothers you, please let me know,
fine.
Okay?
Yeah, that's fine. What happens when you don't stay on trends? Well, I guess this is like speaking to me personally. It's sounds really simple, but like if you don't stay on top of trends, then how is your content being seen by people? And that's like, again, this is like this is a career thing. This isn't.
Yeah. So the reason that I'm going to interrupt you is because I think your mind is operating at a level that is way higher up than where we need to be where we need to look at. So like on a given day, when you wake up in the morning and your mind says, I need to keep up with what's going on. Like you have some thought like that, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Like what goes through your head? Like, can we get like very microscopic with like what's happening in your head?
Can try. It's about how can I bring relevant value to what I'm doing today? Right? So if it's on stream, for instance, because that's my main focus right now, how do I make my streams better? And okay, or I do a lot of cooking on stream too. So like, what can I do that people will be interested in? And then that's like, okay, well, I know that there's these specific groups of people tend to come in numbers. So I know that I have to focus on very specific things, not always the exact thing that I want to do. And it's the same with games, right? Like you're always having to keep up with, there's a new game release. And sometimes like you want to finish this other thing. And that sounds so trivial, but it's not, because things are relevant today. And then by next Friday, they're no longer relevant.
Okay.
But so then there's also, sorry to cut you off. Then there's also like just like everything else happening in the world, right?
Can you tell me about that?
With social media and with the amount of information that we have, whether it's COVID or whether it's and this is going to make me cry, but like, damn, the injustices in our country that have been happening. The fact that it's like 2021 and we're still here and sometimes feeling so helpless. That stuff becomes overwhelming, and I'm not even the primary person affected by those things. And then I feel guilty because I say, you shouldn't be crying. You need to be out there doing something to help people and use your privileges to help people. And that becomes overwhelming. And so sometimes, yeah, it's like you want to just, the thing that you depend on for a career is the same thing that sometimes you want to just completely ignore, because it's hard sometimes to keep those balances. It's hard a lot of times to keep those balances.
Can you help me understand? I understand you got emotional there for a second. I'm going to go ahead and say I didn't see that one coming.
I didn't either.
I was just confused by your statement about, and then there's all the other, and I was like, what other, I was with you. Sorry about that. I'm not going to ask you more questions about that right now, if that's okay with you.
That's great with me. Thank you.
Okay.
I hate crying in front of people.
Why?
Because it's weak, son.
Just because you put a funny voice on it doesn't
I know.
make it false.
That is part of it. That's just like, I don't like to be vulnerable in front of people. I just don't.
Does crying make you vulnerable?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. That's what's important. What you think is important. Sasha, I'm getting some degree of like desperation driving what ends up on your plate. Like I'm getting the sense that it's sort of like survival of the fittest and you sort of don't have a backup plan. Is that how it feels sometimes?
Oh, for sure. Yep.
And so do you think that motivates you to put things on your plate?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this, once again, I'm going to give you the option to opt into or opt out of. And whatever happens today, Sasha, I think if you're okay with it, I may just summarize some thoughts and DM you in the event that you want to see a therapist. I think there are a lot of things that you could talk about in a private setting, like themes that maybe you could explore with someone.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I do that?
Sure.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, can we, because I think that a lot of, so if we, let me just share my thinking. So you feel overwhelmed by a lot of stuff. And I think a lot of that depends on like how much stuff you're juggling. Now, there's actually like a cognitive and even genetic reason why your mind functions the way that it does. This is coming up for air, by the way. So I'm going to work very intellectually for a second. Okay, Teach. We're going to take the heat off of you and we're going to just talk about procrastination. Okay. So, and then, so like basically like there's a way that your mind works. You have a unique cognitive fingerprint, which is that you juggle a lot of balls. I guess that you get pretty excited about stuff. And what?
Sorry.
Okay.
12-year-old sense of humor. Sorry.
Okay. So, I'd say that. Okay, I just got up. No, because I was about to say you have a lot of balls in the air, but because I used this in out like they're baked in at this point. So you're juggling a lot of like you've got a lot of different projects going on, right?
Yeah.
And so there are people whose cognitive fingerprint is like you get excited about things very easily, and it's like, oh, like let's do this, like this sounds really cool, like let me do this, like this sounds really cool, like let me do this, and then so that's fine, but I think that there's actually more to it than that. Like that's your cognitive fingerprint. Your mind is always going to excel, actually, because I guess that you get bored easily and you need like some degree of variety. But the thing that I really think that we can work on is like this idea that every day is an uphill battle, because I suspect that some of that sentiment comes from actually like a lack of security about what's going to happen for you.
Yeah.
And some of that lack of security may actually in an unhealthy way, because like there's like this panic of like, if I don't do this thing, then what could happen? And so that driving force is going to get you to like take as much as you can, but then your plate gets overwhelmed.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So oddly enough, I think if you want to get out of this, you have to address the feeling of like, I have to do this or, it'll all come crumbling down or.
Yes, I agree. I don't disagree with that at all. But I will say actually, since I started streaming, my mods are going to laugh at me 100%. But since I started streaming, I feel like I've been a lot better. Because although it's not a 9-to-5 job, it's provided some structure. A very loose structure, because I can still, show up at any given time. So it's not like I have to be at a specific place at the same time every day. But I do feel like it has given me some structure. But now it's learning how to balance showing up and then also giving myself a break, which is actually something I wanted to ask you about as well. And it's a question that somebody from our community had, but I felt like I could really relate to is like, when do you know to take a break? Because
what keeps you from taking a break?
And what keeps you from taking a break? And like, and when is it okay to go back? That's definitely something that I struggle with.
When is it okay to go back to work?
Yeah. Like, when is it okay to take a break and when is it okay to go back? And especially, again, I keep going back to like this world that is just so different from a traditional job. Like, that can be difficult.
What's different about this job?
You make your own rules, and that can sometimes work against you. And it can make it very difficult to live, like to have you make your own rules. So sometimes we need outside perspective to help us, to help guide us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is something that I love about collaborating, is that when I collaborate with people on things, it gives me another perspective, and then it can inspire me to think differently about things.
What rules do you make up for yourself, Sasha?
I don't know if I'm really prepared to answer that, because I feel like I'm going to jump around that. Like I was about to say something and then it just sounded ridiculous. But my rules are that I have no rules.
So, Sasha, I'm confused. Is your reluctance to answer because you're not happy with how the presentation would go?
No, I just don't. I actually don't think I have an answer for that at the moment. Like I would have to think about it.
What came to your head?
That was it. That I have no rules. So like,
yeah, I think that's
like when it's so hard to create rules when you're. It's hard to set rules for yourself when you're doing it on your own.
Yep, it is.
So like for instance, today we had a meeting. 10:30 is our co-stream. No problem. I'm there. Like, that's not a problem. But if last night I said to myself, I'm going to end my stream at a reasonable hour, and I'm going to wake up and go hiking in the morning, you better believe that snooze button is being hit 10 times, and then I'm going to go hiking at night.
Yep. So who is the Sasha... Who is the Sasha that says to herself that I'm going to end my stream at a reasonable hour and wake up in the morning? Can you tell me about her?
The one that has to be responsible to other people than just herself.
I think that's a different one. I know it sounds weird. So I think you're good at being responsible to other people.
Yes.
I think you're bad at being responsible towards yourself.
Yes, that's what I mean. Sorry if I jumbled that.
Yeah. I may have misunderstood. So, but tell me about the one that tries to get you to do stuff for yourself. Like, why does she say those things?
That's a question that I'm asking myself. I really don't know. That I truly don't know.
What's in your head? Why would you say to yourself that you want to end stream at a reasonable hour?
That was like partly a joke, but because I can't just blame it on the stream. But I'm saying that because I did say that last night. Like when I ended my stream, I said, okay, like I could keep going in theory and keep playing this game, but I know that I need to go to sleep so I can be on time tomorrow and be rested, right? Whereas like on Fridays and Saturdays when I stream, I don't have to do that. And as long as like my mods are cool and they're down to hang, I can keep going for another hour or two. And then I know that like, okay, tomorrow I can sleep in a little bit and then I'll just start my stream, a little bit later the next day.
And okay, so all right. Can you tell me what... I'm going to switch gears on you for a second, okay? Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what feels like an uphill battle?
What feels like an uphill battle? I go back to like content creation in general, what I do. Or at least like what I'm doing now. That can feel like an uphill battle. Because again, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. How do you run a business? Because that's what it is. But also stay true to yourself. Knowing that there are a million algorithms working against you. So that feels like an uphill battle. A lot. Like me and a couple of the my mods and people that work with me on my YouTube stuff, like We are constantly analyzing these things and talking about, okay, we'll have an idea, but we can't do that idea because that means that it can't be monetized. And like I said, you can hear a million people say they stream for fun, but at the end of the day, it is still a business. So I think that constantly juggling, like what brings you spiritual fulfillment, if you will, that makes you happy. That also what sucks is like, I know that there, as we were talking about earlier, there are people that have a sense of trust with me. So like there are things that we would like to talk about that then we can't talk about. So those things definitely become frustrating.
Do you feel like that you're further restricted by being shadow banned? Like, does that like set you? Yeah, help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you explain that to me, please?
Well, that's like, again, that's something that talking to the public is that I want to be really clear about is it's not an egotistical bruise whatsoever. It's simply the fact that I cannot continue. I can, but not in the way that everybody else can. I can't continue to create things and have them be seen in the same way that the average person can.
So I'm hearing that you're held to a different standard.
Absolutely. And I brought that on myself for sure, but the internet is also what brought me here. So there's this real duplicity, right? Like there seems to be so much fake allyship of every minority group, and I consider myself part of the LGBTQ community. I was a sex worker. So there seems to be all of this outside visible support for groups during certain times of the year. But then if you actually try to have these conversations, those same people that put up that little flag on their website are suppressing your voice.
How does that feel?
Makes me angry.
What are you angry about?
It makes me angry that people claim to stand for something and then the very things they claim to stand for, they suppress.
Okay, I'm noticing emotions again. So Sasha, I think that so I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna state an actual preference that I want to continue talking about this because this feels incredibly important to me. And at the same time, since there are emotions, we're gonna pause and we're gonna see if you're okay with it. Because like I think what you're saying is like really, really important. We're talking about double standards. We're talking about hypocrisy. We're talking about, like, do we really want to be accepting of people? Because that means, I know it sounds crazy, being accepting of people means that we need to accept people.
Yeah. Funny, right?
and accepting people is something that sounds good. But the truth is, my experience as a psychiatrist, accepting people is very hard. It's not pretty.
Yeah.
It's not like a good thing. Like accepting people is like hard.
Yeah.
It's painful. It's not like a, black and white sort of like, oh, like, let's be accepting. Like it sucks to accept people.
No. And I mean, like from an outside view, what's weird is like, I can take criticism from strangers. I can take criticism from anonymous people on the internet. But that side of it is so frustrating because my whole motivation for getting in the industry when I was in it was to empower people. Part of it was catharsis, part of it was self-discovery, but to also empower people. And to feel like I have to constantly guard and watch everything I say and do, because then I can't keep sharing that message is stressful. But then also, like, at the end of the day, going back to the fact that it is a business, right? So like, how are you supposed to do the thing? Not everybody gets to do the things they love for work. So I do try to ground myself in that and remind myself, like, okay, I'm lucky for what I do have, right? And the things that I can do. But like, how do you continue that message?
Yeah,
How do I continue that message?
Yeah, dude, this is like, okay. I'm about to get frustrated with you. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. I mean, what can you say? Can you say no?
No.
Because here's the thing, Sasha, like, okay, like there's the business, right? But what I really hear is that like there's like a real you, which is being muzzled by a business you. And I'm not saying that that's unwise, because I'm hearing that very clearly, like you can't let yourself out, right? Because like you're going to be punished in a way that other people won't. You're kind of like, you've already got 2 strikes against you.
Yeah.
And so you can't afford to take that 3rd strike. And I completely get that. At the same time, there's a part of me that's like a little bit, I don't think that that's who you were meant to be. Right. So I think like when I think about what is your contribution to this world, I think your contribution to this world feels very strongly to me to be like those conversations actually that you're not allowed to have. Now, I'm not saying that you should go and have them, but I think that there's like something to be said for the fact that like you're considering these conversations. I think you clearly are a thoughtful person. And like if we really think about like what do people need, I suspect what people need. I mean, hell, we started this conversation with like me having conversations that people thought were unacceptable. Right. So that may be but I mean, I've seen immense value to having conversations that people haven't had before, or people think that is a little bit like out of line. And I'm not saying you should go and do it. I mean, just like so talking with people about their personal feelings in a very authentic way on the internet with thousands of people watching is a big no-no. You know, I spoke with my colleagues and I was like, what do you guys think about this? Some of them said it was a bad idea. Some of them said it was important. You know, they gave me a lot of good advice and like helped me like understand a lot of the ethics of like, how can we protect people? Like, for example, sometimes we'll have conversations with people before they come on stream where they're allowed to say, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. So that, you know, they're not put in a position and we kind of steer away. Like there are a lot of things that we do to make this a safer experience.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I think the conversation is important to have. Now, what I'm hearing is that you're paranoid about being canceled, which I think probably makes sense. Is that fair to say?
Not canceled not in my version of canceled. I mean, not in how I interpret canceled. Like, it's just a simple fact that, for instance, I'll just tell you, like, straight up. Like, the other day I was talking to a couple of my online friends that helped me with my YouTube stuff about wanting to start a new, I don't know what yet, right? Like either something in a written form, like a blog or a video series, or somebody mentioned like a podcast, right? That has to do with like sexual health and wellness. And having conversations with like guests or just giving my own feedback and telling my own stories. But then the first thing is like, well, how are people going to hear about it? How are people going to listen to it? Because anything that has to do with that, even if it's with sexual subject matter, automatically is on every social media platform completely suppressed to the bottom. So how do I continue something new if I can't even approach it and have people be aware of its existence?
How does it feel to be in that situation?
Again, frustrating. Makes me angry for sure. because then you see.
Keep going.
Here we go. Here's something that I think everybody can relate to, because then you see other people that they magically come out of nowhere because they have a foundation that started elsewhere, and then they can start talking about these things, and they can take that risk because they already have this other foundation to fall back on.
Why don't you have a Okay, so now there's a theme, right? So, like, what makes it so?
I do feel like I have a foundation. It's not that I don't. It's just that it's one that is not these days. Like, I have to compare it to like when I've been in the public eye since I was 18, right? So the internet and technology has changed so much. It used to be a lot easier to discover different people, or discover people like you, or discover people that shared your same interests and talk about those things. So that a lot of those tools have sort of been stripped by the way the internet and social media works now.
I'm sorry, can you say that? I'm just noticing that I think maybe there's something I should be understanding or knowing.
Sorry. Like, it goes back to just like shadow banning, right? Like, there's just certain subjects that can't be discussed on the internet. Or if you do, they're not monetizable. So like, I can't sit here and say I have this great idea and this passion project and then stop streaming, a few days a week and put time into that. Because then it then becomes a passion project essentially.
So can we talk about these other people who are able to like break into the scene and sort of, am I hearing you kind of say that they're able to have the conversations and kind of it's easier for them to make the content because they don't have the handicap that you have, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, but that was a little probably superficial, but like, yes, I have seen people that are regular, let's say like regular influencers that aren't so much from the streaming side of things, that then go off and decide that they're going to have an authority on a subject like this. I have seen that. It's not all the time, but I think that's everybody, right? Like, we all go on our phones because we're all bombarded by social media and we say, oh, why can't I have that? Like, we're all guilty of that. But that specific area, yes, it's frustrating to see that sometimes people can do that.
Yeah, you're doing something very sneaky here, which is that when you have an authentic feeling, you actually devalue it very quickly by generalizing it. Okay, so like, let's just follow along. Like you said that, like, so you have a particular background, you have a particular experience that arguably makes you an authority. You also have something that you're kind of passionate about, and sorry, just I have to be careful about what colloquialisms I use. I'm starting to say, I think I understand a little bit about I think oh wow, I just had a revelation. I can't, no wonder it's so fucking exhausting. Because what I was going to say is I was going to use the phrase "put your money where your mouth is," but and then it occurred to me
you just did.
Yeah, and then like I noticed myself filtering, and then I was just thinking about like, oh, like I'm filtering this much now. Like, what must it be like for you to filter? Because you've got to filter way more than I do, I imagine.
Yeah, with that kind of stuff though, like I laugh at, like we're very open to make jokes about that kind of stuff because you can, right? Like, they're innuendos. Like, innuendos, you can get away with so much more. It's like cartoons.
Yeah, and at the same, but anyway, kind of going back to like I think I'm hearing you sort of say a couple of things, Sasha, and I'm hearing you kind of just skirt the edge and then pull away. So I don't know if that's sort of like a boundary issue, but I'm going to just share it. Like, because I think that what I'm hearing is that you're passionate about something. There are some issues that are important to you. I think you sort of you've kind of grown into this role of content creator, and you think that like you can kind of combine your platform with like issues that are important to you. and that one of those topics could be something like sexual health, and that when we kind of own that a little bit, like you also say, oh, but it's social media and everyone sees things that people like, like, oh, I wish I could be doing this. And so you got to be a little bit careful there. I wouldn't devalue yourself, because if what I'm also hearing is or there are a bunch of uneducated people who are pretending to be experts in domains that you feel like you're qualified to give like good guidance on.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Something you said there was like bringing something up, and I lost my train of thought again. I got distracted, but I'm trying to bring it back. I bet you if I went in the other room, I'd remember it.
I can try. I can try to say it again. You want me to try to say it again?
Yeah, maybe that'll help.
So you were talking about, how there are people like who will. So you have certain things that you're passionate about. You have some things that you're interested in. You're a content creator. Maybe that you can combine those two. You think about maybe like starting a podcast or something, and you're not able to, or it's challenging for you to do so because of some of the shadow banning, etc. And then go for it.
Okay. So it's I don't like to wallow in my own self-pity. So yeah, I probably do downplay it.
Yep.
Because I don't want to be that person that becomes fixated on things, because I've seen people like that and I've met people like that, and they're impossible to be around. So I'm very careful because I never want to become that person. And I think social media is overwhelming for all of us.
Sasha, when did you stop wallowing in your self-pity?
I was 15, 13, 14, 15, something like that.
Can you tell me about that?
For sure. This is one of the
places where you may want to say no.
No, it's totally fine.
Okay.
It's just how I was raised. And I like that though. I like that because I don't feel like I wasn't given like these concessions that because you're a girl, you should be treated differently. It was like, okay, pick yourself up. You're done crying. Take a deep breath. Life happens. Move on.
Suck it up.
Suck it up. And I think that's, I like that personally. It doesn't work on everybody, for sure, but I think life throws enough curveballs at you that like there are going to be times where you can't control it. So as much as you can, it's a good thing to be able to say, okay, let's move on to the next thing.
So why do you have to be so strong?
That's a great question. Damn, you're good. I knew I liked you, but damn. Really, truly, I come from a neighborhood where you have to be strong. Like there are no options. I know that, like that, I can give you a very black and white concrete answer on.
I'd love to hear about that if you feel okay talking about it, but
I mean, I don't want to talk about it too in depth, but yeah, I come from a super disenfranchised neighborhood. I think I'll leave it at the fact that like everyone I grew up with, it sounds like a movie, but like not everyone, but a lot of the people I grew up with are either in prison or dead or spun out. So that's why I'm strong. Not why I feel like I have to be strong. That's why I know I'm strong. And that I can like confidently say without backtracking on it.
How do you deal with other people being sympathetic towards you? If I were to say something like, I feel sad that you had to grow up in those circumstances, how would you?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
What do you,
Unless I know that they come from a similar situation.
what do you dislike about it?
My immediate answer in my head was that I don't like pity.
I don't need your fucking pity.
I don't want your fucking pity. I don't. I really don't. Because like, I've made it this far. I don't need pity. I really don't. I have a very small but important number of people in my life that I will lean on.
I respect you a lot.
Thanks.
How do you feel about respect from other people?
That doesn't bother me so much. You see, this is why they call me, like, the uncle thing is starting to come out here too, I think. I, like, a lot of feelings I have when I look at them, I say, like, I feel like a lot of very valuable things I learned, or the way that I was taught, is usually something that happens with boys.
What does that mean?
Like, it goes back to the pity thing, like, never, I don't know, I feel like some of the really important conversations that I had with the figures in my life, sorry, I'm crying because I'm thinking about my dad, who passed away, like, I mean, it was told to me, like, you don't have to be treated differently because you're a girl. But also, like, some of these things that were instilled in me. I mean, I know that, like, these things weren't being told to other kids or to other girls specifically.
How do you feel about being treated differently?
I'm so fortunate. I feel lucky.
How did you feel back then?
Lucky, because it was my womb, it was my rock. I felt protected by it. I felt special. And I'm saying that in a funny way because you asked that earlier, but
I'm just kind of thinking a little bit about, a 13-year-old or 14-year-old girl, and who's treated a little bit more like a boy and sees that she's not treated like a girl. And I can understand how that's made you into the strong and capable person that you are today. And I can also imagine that, at the age of 14, that can be annoying. And that there can be a wanting to be like everyone else.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm also kind of noticing a theme of, like, there's you and then there's everyone else. Like, it doesn't sound because when we were talking about, content creators and what they can get away with and what you can get away with and being shadow banned, and I mean, there's a very real reality. Sounds stupid to say, but there's a there's a very real situation in that you are different, right? Your circumstances, you're different. The standards against which you're measured is different. And I can see that you've sort of like risen to the challenge and you've faced it head on. And, you know, and at the same time, like, I'm wondering, like, what happened to that 14-year-old who just wanted to be a little bit more normal?
I don't really see it that way.
How do you see it?
I say those things, but I like both of. I don't know. This is interesting because now, hold on, I'm going to backtrack because some of my closest friends always told me I was weird. So maybe there is something there that, like, I noticed recently, probably because I have been very disciplined throughout the pandemic of like not doing anything and not being social except at like 2 little bubbles. So I notice when I'm just at the grocery store checking out somewhere, like I am awkward sometimes. Yeah, but that's maybe a whole different conversation. But I don't know. I feel like I feel like that's minimal because I still feel like I was pretty normal.
Okay. Do you sometimes wish your life was different?
No.
Help me understand that a little bit.
Because for as difficult as thriving can be in a business context, I wouldn't want it any other way. Because I did know from a young age that I didn't want a 9-to-5 job. So as difficult as it can be, I find that I do tend to thrive in chaos. And I do tend to thrive with, working in defense. Can it become exhausting? Yeah.
What does
for
that
sure.
mean, working in defense?
That there's something always pushing against you, right? So it can definitely become exhausting. Sure. And that's probably why I can tend to feel overwhelmed. For sure. But I wouldn't change it.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah. Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to get some water too. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, chat. Do we be respectful or do we be helpful? I think we're going to have to go with the respectful. Yeah, I don't know if helpful's the right move here.
Ugh, I got cold. All right.
So I think, Sasha, I was debating about, whether to take this further. I'm leaning against it. So I know you've been willing at every step of the way to sort of like, I've asked a couple times for permission. You seem to be like going for it. And I appreciate that. But I have a feeling that if I keep on asking you questions, you're going to end up in a place that may be helpful to you, but I'm not sure you'll be entirely happy with it.
Okay.
I want to like, so the direction of those questions have to do with like, so here's what I see. Okay. You are a force of nature.
Not a
Right?
cult leader.
And, maybe one day. And I what I'm hearing in your story is a lot of triumph, but also a healthy amount of adversity. And even today, I'm hearing like a lot of challenges that you face, and you kind of like are your best self when you are, when your chips are down. Like, you're good at playing on defense. You're a survivor. You're not just a survivor. You like thrive in adverse circumstances. Like, just think about what you said, that like most of the people that you grew up with are in prison or dead. Like, and here you are, you've become, a force to be reckoned with. And so I see a lot of strength, and there's a lot there to respect. And I think the challenge is that you've become strong. It's part of who you are. It's part of your identity. But I think something was lost somewhere along the way. Like in that, like in you becoming a titan, you had to kind of like grow up, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And so there's a part of me that does feel some degree of like empathic sadness, which I know like really rubs you the wrong way. And there's a part of me that says that like ultimately I think that what I see as a way forward for you is like being able to accept people's compassion a little bit more. And I know you hate it. And this can kind of tie to things like, so I'm not going to give you more compassion because I think it would be really hard for you to handle. But you can look at your story as a story of triumph, but I think it's also like a little bit dishonest to just look at it as a story of triumph. That there's a lot of hurt, a lot of unfortunate stuff, a lot of things that, I would hope that one day you're able to regret some of your decisions. I know it sounds kind of weird, but like, I don't think
Oh,
that
there's things I regret.
Oh.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Probably
Good,
not like the most obvious ones that people would assume, but there are things I definitely regret. Just not
I'm happy to hear that.
Let's say like not from like to be clear as day, not from my choice in getting into the adult industry. Like I want to be clear as day about that because people assume all sorts of stuff. So not about that, but about a lot of other things.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily referring to anything in
I
particular
didn't think you were either, but for the lurkers to know.
So sometimes I think that people who, live lives of strength, that a part of that strength requires you to like have no regrets.
Mm.
And I think that ultimately like being a truly like authentic person, like we're all human, we all screw up, we all make mistakes. And I think regret is actually like the avoidance of regret, I think actually leads to some amount of toxicity.
We can't grow, I don't think. It's like, we hopefully learn from our mistakes.
I also think that, if things are unfair for you, are we allowed to feel for you there or no?
Yeah. yeah, of course. Like I wouldn't. What would I say to that? You know?
I'm sorry you're in the situation you're in.
Oh, thank you.
How does that feel for you?
Because I have a certain level of trust with you already. That doesn't bother me as much as it would coming from. I mean, I know we don't know each other in real life, but like we have briefly talked in different situations before today. So like it doesn't bother me as much as that coming from a total stranger or a friend of a friend.
I'm going to try to qualify that statement a little bit more. You let me know how it feels, okay? So, Sasha, I think it sounds really tough to be like, so you've made some choices and I think I'm happy to hear that you kind of don't regret them, that you've lived this life that has had some challenges and you've become the person that you are. And the person that you are is analytical, capable, entrepreneurial, dedicated, that you're trying to make the world a better place. And I think it really sucks that you're being held to somewhat of an unfair standard. That people who talk real big about supporting people and accepting people actually like secretly punish you for particular things. And it sounds like really, really hard and unfair to be, in the position you're in. And I'm also a little bit afraid of, um, I'm a little bit afraid that despite the fact that you've come this far, that some of the things that you deal with may actually be like insurmountable at some point. That you may not be able to walk this tightrope because it seems to me like you're balancing very carefully. And so there's a part of me that's afraid that since the tightrope that you're walking is so damn thin and so damn high, that like, I have faith in you. And at the same time, I'm also terrified for you.
I mean, I guess I could say that I'm like fortunate that I don't feel alone in this. That's important.
You always have to talk about what you have to be grateful for.
For sure.
Can you talk about the other stuff?
What do you mean by that?
What are you feeling right now?
I just think about like walking a tightrope is an interesting way to put it, for sure. But like I say I'm glad I'm not alone in that because I couldn't do it on my own. While I might like do the business side of things and I feel like I put all these things on my plate, I do have the support I need. And I know that I'm not alone in experiencing these things as well. I know that there are other people. I might not know them, but I know they exist. So I have to keep that perspective to stay strong.
Yeah, I don't think you need to stay strong.
Sorry, I'm laughing because somebody said I glanced over. Somebody said she's not alone. She's a cult.
Yeah,
Not a cult. Not a cult.
not yet.
Not yet.
One day.
Please.
Once you have a compound.
Right.
You have a compound. You have to call it that.
Welcome to the compound, Castle Grayskull. Yeah. No.
Nice.
And I think that this would actually be an interesting moment, or a good moment rather, to bring up parasocial relationships if you have time for that.
Sure. Let's
because
bring it up.
It's something that like we've touched on stream before. And I think it's something that we're all as a society still learning about and how to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's get her a guitar too. It's like I talk about all of these, the uphill battles, right? The defense in thriving. But then there is also this great community that I have, and that a lot of people have on their streams as well. So it's interesting to me because I feel like even though there's a few core people, and I'm not talking so much about the chat necessarily, but like my mods and the people that help me behind the scenes, like we have truly built something special that until today, throughout like all of social media, all my experience on it has not existed. So that's interesting to me. And I'd kind of like to get your perspectives on that, but also just like this relationship that I have with my community and what you think would be the best way, like if we see problems, how to deal with them. Because I feel like actually, like my mods and we do sort of walk this tightrope with how to treat people because we do have to be sensitive. And sometimes people overstep boundaries where it's very clear, you know what to do and you know what needs to be done. And other times, it's more difficult to deal with.
Can you give me an example?
People in the past have overstepped boundaries that we've laid out as a community. In ways that can become really scary and frightening because it tells me that maybe I'm doing something wrong, that I'm not delivering a clear enough message, that like, while I do look forward to seeing people and a lot of people that are in almost every single one of my stream, a majority of those people respect the boundaries. And sometimes it's almost like an unspoken, like sometimes those boundaries feel like an unspoken, they feel unspoken, you know, like we know what to expect. The majority of people know what to expect.
Sure.
And every so often there are people that don't know. But then of course, like we have the mods that they do make it clear, like to not do certain things, right? Whether it's on Twitch or on Discord after the fact. But I don't know if it's so much of a like for me specifically, but as a whole, like where do you see this going as a society? Like how do we send a positive message, but also like know when to cut it off?
So, Sasha, can you define for me what a parasocial relationship is?
Yes. In the case of, I'll give myself as an example here. I'm here. I represent something to the people that watch my streams. But the relationship is not reciprocated in a way that our IRL relationship would be, right? Like I am not friends with these people in real life. I am friendly with them, but I don't actually know them.
And so what I'm hearing is that it has some of the attributes of a real life relationship. But by virtue of it being an online relationship, there's something like, it doesn't translate 100%. So
yeah, exactly.
So, you can start to appreciate other people, interact with them. They have their own personalities. Some of them are trolls. Some of them are funny. Some of them are compassionate. And so you can communicate with them. You can interact with them. You can form some kind of relationship with them. But it doesn't come with everything that a real social relationship comes with. or I shouldn't even say real social, because I think it's just a different kind of an in-person social relationship. And that there are most people tend to sort of understand that there are some unspoken boundaries, but that some people really don't understand those boundaries. So this is where we've talked with several streamers about parasocial relationships, and I have some thoughts. But I think what's really missing from this conversation is what we really need to do is I don't know if this is, TOS friendly, but like I think the if we really want to understand parasocial relationships, we have to understand the other side of the story too. So this is where like, I think that like understanding what is in the mind of someone who does not respect a boundary is very important. Like that's the missing part of the equation for me. Right. So and this is where I think we've had, we've had some people on stream that have certainly posted on our subreddit and stuff about like, feeling lonely and giving lots of money to particular content creators in the hopes that, it'll they're looking to fill some kind of void or connection. And so we have some experience with this, but I think that's just an important part of the equation. But let me ask you, I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Like, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I try removing try. I do my best to be clear about these things on stream. We create commands that like guests can use and that moderators can use, but that's only in I can only control try to control or observe and cultivate the community that I have, not other people's. I think Twitch is cool because we have all these tools at our disposal. So it makes it a lot cleaner. It makes the rules, the rules are there. They're up front. We're not hiding things from people. But you go on other forms of social media and a lot of people don't do that. Or it's impossible because those tools don't exist on other forms of social media. Yeah, it's I guess a question too I have is just like, am I doing enough to make those things clear?
I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Should we?
So let me take a stab at this. Okay, so can I just share like some thoughts about how I understand parasocial relationships and what we need to do about it? So like the first thing is that I think that from a neuroscience perspective, there's a reason why these things are happening. So as human beings, we tend to like associate things with other things. I know it sounds like such a simple sentence, but so for example, a classic thing that we'll kind of get into is like being friend zoned or fuck zoned, right? Where like there'll be, and it's usually like a dude who gets friend zoned. I'd say like most of the cases I hear about tend to be with men. Yeah. And I think there's actually like a neuroscientific and like developmental reason for that. I don't think it's not the Y chromosome. It's more that, men tend to be socialized to expect emotional intimacy in only a very small number of cases. So emotional intimacy is okay with mom, usually. Not even okay with sisters, not okay with brothers, oftentimes not okay with dad. Maybe like emotional intimacy is okay with grandma, and then like romantic partners. So those are the people with whom I'm allowed to feel social. Like we're like coded that way, we're programmed that way. And so oftentimes what happens is if you look at, I'm not trying to offend anyone, it's just general anecdotal observations and a little bit of data to back this up, but frankly, not very much. I think the way that, girls are raised or were raised was different, right? So there's more emotional intimacy within friendships there. And so then you get into this situation where, like, working with the people that I have, what I've noticed is that emotional intimacy between a man and a woman in their early 20s means different things.
Yeah.
For the woman, it's like completely acceptable to have a friend that you emotionally confide in. And for a dude, it can be really confusing because they're kind of like, they're under the impression, whether it's correct or incorrect or programmed or genetic, I have no idea. But somewhere along the way, they have this programming in their mind that if I'm emotionally intimate with someone, that also comes with feelings of romance and sex. And so there's kind of like a communication breakdown here, a breakdown of expectations. And I think something similar happens in parasocial relationships. So what happens is our brains are wired to associate certain things with other things. Like, for example, 100 years ago, if I had an inside joke with someone, what other things would I have with them? The short answer is a lot, right? Because an inside joke is only possible when there are other like check marks of a relationship that have developed. Like I have to see them for a while. I have to be to a certain degree like vulnerable. Like we have to have like some kind of common cause or like, like inside jokes come with a certain, if you think about when do you unlock the inside joke in a relationship? You unlock it like after you're at a high level of friendship.
Yeah.
And it reminds me of this like funny quote from The Office where Michael Scott, I don't know if you've watched The Office, and he kind of talks about the inside jokes and he's like, I've always wanted to be a part of one. And it's kind of like this idea that like an inside joke comes with other stuff.
Yeah.
And we sort of programmed that way. And so enter Twitch chat, where like now we have inside jokes, but it doesn't seem to be coming with the other stuff.
Yes.
And so I think people start to get like kind of, I don't know if confused is the right word, but there's like kind of like a programming does not compute error, because usually when I have an inside joke with them, it also means that like I'm allowed to text them at any hour of the day.
Right. That makes a
like
lot
there
of
are
sense.
certain associations that come. And so I think what happens with social media is that like we're finding ways to like short circuit some of our programming or like hijack is maybe a better word. Hijack some of our programming. And certainly video games do this neuroscientifically, where like if we think about the drive for achievement. So we have this thing called the intent to mastery, which is a very, very simple, hardwired core of your brain kind of thing, which is like if I have a 6-month or 4-month-old and I hand them a ball, they will try to hold it. And if they drop it, what do?
Cry.
Any idea? Huh?
Cry.
Sure. The answer I was looking for, that's a fair one. The answer that I was looking for is they pick it up, right? So like if a kid stumbles, like they're gonna like everyone learns how to walk, right? Like no one like gives up on learning how to walk. And if you think about it, it's like really, really hard. You fall over and over and over again. So like we have this hardwired part of our mind that's like, I want to get better at this. I need to get better at this. And I have to become a master. And then if you look at video games, what video games have done is like, let's give people like achievements that they can grind for a decade. And it kind of taps into that neuroscience circuit of like wanting to master something.
Yeah.
Which if we didn't have this part of our brain, like we wouldn't learn how to walk.
Yeah.
Right. And so in the parasocial way, I think we have a similar hijacking going on where like now you have some degrees of intimacy. Like now, Sasha, like there are people watching at home that despite, all of our best efforts, and I mean, honestly, sometimes you caught me off guard. I really can't blame myself. But sometimes I had a feeling I knew what was going to happen if I asked you a question. And so they've seen a vulnerable part of you. And so what's that going to trigger in their mind? Right? Like normally, like when do I get to see someone bare their vulnerable self? It comes at a certain tier of relationship. And so now, like in some brains out there, we've unlocked that reward, but the underlying foundation of the relationship is not there. And that's what gets confusing for people.
Yeah.
Because at this point, they feel like they know you, Sasha.
Yeah.
They know you so well. And they're not exactly wrong, right? Because they do know some things about you, and there's a lot of authenticity. And I think part of what makes you like a successful content creator, a successful personality is sure you've got a mask, but I think you know how to let enough of the authenticity bleed through.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think you have to pretend to have fun. Like, I think you genuinely enjoy
Right.
doing some of the things that you do, and there's like a calculated authenticity there. And
Yeah.
so when people see that calculated authenticity, it's still an authentic. There's an authenticity. There's an intimacy to it, and then that triggers like certain neurological or like sociological like programming. And then some people are able to navigate that activation of that programming pretty well, and they know how to respect a boundary. And some people get a little bit more confused.
Yeah.
And I think that's why parasocial relationships happen. And it's interesting because you know, there is a certain like connection to your community, even that you feel, right?
Oh,
Like,
100%.
you know that you're right. So like if we think about, you know, why is that happening? It's because the same thing is happening in your mind, that when you're vulnerable and everyone sends hearts, you know, in the chat, and then it's like there's a certain part of you that feels like accepted, appreciated, loved, you know, and then like it's sort of like and then there are some streamers who let the confusion get the better of them, and there are some streamers who
Yes.
maintain boundaries.
Yes.
Right. And then like there's some streamers, and then we had I think we had someone on like over a year ago who was like a mod in someone's community, and then the person got really big, and then they felt like they were owed more, and like felt like they got abandoned and left behind, and all. They sacrificed a lot to like, you know, bring this person, like help this person succeed, and then they felt like they were discarded afterward and things like that. So I think there are some streamers that, you know, will muddy that boundary a little bit. Like I'm still confused about what happens when, like, do you ever, like, what happens when you see people from your chat at TwitchCon?
I've actually never been to TwitchCon.
Either have I, so
but
I don't know.
I've been to other, you know, I DJ, well, pandemic. I haven't DJed in a long time, but I DJ. But there's a different boundary there too, because most of the time I'm on a stage. You know, I'm physically separated. Yep. But then sometimes it's like the club asks you to do like autographs afterwards, you know, or take some pictures.
So even then, that feels boundaried to me, right? Because it's sort of like you're there as a DJ, but like I don't know like what would happen, you know, if you run into someone on the street. And
I'm like, it depends how people approach me, really. I'm pretty sensitive to things, so like if they feel safe to me and they're respectful, I'm pretty open. But like if I'm talking to somebody and eating a pasta or eating a taco, and this has happened, and you put a camera in my face, like that's, you know, that's not okay.
Yeah, of course.
But if you like, if you're respectful in your approach, it changes my attitude for sure.
So just going back to the parasocial relationship, I think it comes down to like the fact that this relationship checks some of the boxes from a normal relationship. And I even hesitate to because you asked me the question, what's going to happen? I hesitate to use the word normal, because I think what we're going to discover is like, you know, back in the day there was like marriage, and then there was like people getting engaged, and then you have a girlfriend. And so like you know, in India the concept of a girlfriend wasn't existent.
Yeah.
So like I remember telling my mom, so I hid my girlfriend from my mom for years. And then like telling her like, oh yeah, she's my girlfriend. And she was like, she's your friend? And I'm like, no, she's my girlfriend. And she's like, does that mean that you're getting married? And I was like, no. And then she was like, wait, I'm confused. What's the point of having a girlfriend if you're not going to get married?
Yeah.
And it was just like, it's like a new construction that is not like, did not exist before. Right. And she was just like so confused, because she's like, there are friendships and there are marriages, and there's nothing in between.
Yeah.
And so now what's happening is there's like a real life relationship and there's a parasocial relationship. And I think both of those are going to become like new versions of stuff. Right now there are open relationships and friends with benefits, and there are so many different things that like Like if you think about friends with benefits, that's an example of like, it used to be that sexual activity came with certain stuff.
Yeah.
And now people have evolved to say that, okay, we can have sexual activity without the other stuff. You can have friendship and sexual activity. And so my sense is that the parasocial relationship has already become a thing, and it will continue to become a thing. And even as social media gets more sophisticated, it will become more of a thing, because I think what social media platforms are discovering is that the stronger the parasocial relationship, probably the higher the user engagement.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting. These things, like you said, these things have always existed. It's the same with like, I mean, going to see somebody at a concert, right? I mean, this
Yep.
thing still does exist, but with social media and specifically with live interaction, it totally changes the game.
Yeah, so I think the sorry to cut you off
No,
there,
it's
but
okay.
I just wanted to like completely echo your point, because I think that if you think about the brain, right? Like if I'm a huge fan of like Pearl Jam, and like I can listen to this dude's music and I can feel really connected to them, like there's only so much stuff in my brain that gets checked.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then like if I see him at a concert, then like more stuff gets checked. And just like you said, with live interaction, like what someone can do, Sasha, is they can talk to you and you will respond to them.
Yeah.
Right? And when someone comes and talks to you on a regular basis and you respond to them and you guys joke together, and then like you come on our stream and you share some stuff, and now they know you more and they feel like they really know you, like they're not wrong, right? Like they're checking these boxes of a relationship: consistency, inside jokes, laughing together, having a good time together, being there, remember when ... remember that time. And then like if you think about what's a real relationship, like those are all of the check boxes. So I think it's going to get, in a sense, quote unquote, worse. But I think that parasocial, because people are going to figure out how to have like more interaction.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're going to figure out how to, we're going to have like more inside jokes, and we're going to have like emotes, and we're going to have more stuff that can be like, this is, because like I think a big part of the parasocial relationship is it's ours, Sasha. It's not yours. It's not mine. It's ours.
And I like that too.
Yeah.
Like I do get something out of that. It does make me happy. And like I find myself telling my IRL friends and family things that happen on stream all the time. Like it does become a very important part of my life.
So now we begin to see that there is actually some degree of reciprocity.
Yes.
Right? That it's not just one way. That like they're making you laugh and you're making them laugh.
Yeah.
That when they're having a bad day, Theo Gray shows up. And when you're having a bad day, maybe the more observant members of your chat notice and they send you some support. And there's like absolutely a reciprocity.
Yeah.
Now, as to what to do about it.
Also, because, but sorry to cut you off, but I don't want to forget, like, I see people, or not just on Twitch, but on other platforms as well, like call people their besties or call them or like say I love you.
Yeah. You mean the creators?
Yeah. Yeah. The creators saying that to their community. I mean, they're like, again, there are a few people that I've actually become internet friends with that I do love. Like I have love for them, even though I've never met them. But then there's the actual chat side of things that in my opinion becomes so dangerous.
What's dangerous about it?
I think it sets it's wrong. It feels wrong on so many levels.
What feels wrong about it?
I'm probably speaking, I mean, it makes me think of just my own experiences. Like I've dealt with real stalkers, IRL and cyber stalkers. So I know what being online, what the territory is, what comes with being online. And that is one of the very negative side effects of it, or hopefully not for everybody, but it can be a very negative side effect. And I feel like that kind of, sometimes there feels like this overabundance of fake positivity. And I see it a lot also in people that like, we're going to manifest this. And while that's all great, you also have to remember like that life throws things at us and we have to be prepared to deal with those things when we don't get what we manifested, right? And I feel like setting up a community by telling them that you love them and then that they are your best friends, I think it's unfair to those people. But
well, I think the real challenge there is that for some streamers, they really do feel that way. Right? So I think that a lot of streamers are lonely. And that some of the best connections that they do feel are like with their chat.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a lot of, because, you know, I'm not trying to, I recognize I'm sort of disagreeing. I agree that it's unhealthy, but I think that like we have to understand that real life relationships are complicated. And part of what's nice, and part of what's nice about like, you know, these relationships that you have with people online is it's like it can be so much more simple.
Yeah.
So much cleaner, so much more fun.
None of the baggage.
You're right. It's like we're just gonna hang out and chat. We're gonna be vibing, and then there's some part of your brain that's like, why would I want to hang out with real people who are just so filled with drama when I can just be vibing with Twitch chat? And that's just like,
I feel it. I absolutely feel it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, I think our brain gets confused.
Yeah.
Or that the signals mean different things now. Right. And it's hard because like, if you really think about it, I mean, a lot of like, you know, a lot of online support can be so, I mean, I see this a lot. I suspect that a lot of that streaming actually cultivates almost a particular kind of like mental illness called borderline personality disorder, where like this is a kind of illness where, I mean, it's an illness, we call it that, but it's something where like your sense of worth is determined by the way that you're treated. That's basically the way that I kind of think about it.
Okay.
And so I think that when our brains are exposed to a lot of judgment, that's how people sort of get borderline personality disorder. They sort of like get traumatized or abandoned early in life. And then I think like essentially what the internet does is like cultivates that same kind of growth because we get exposed to so much judgment. And then the interesting thing is that if you have that vulnerability, a lot of times people with BPD feel really good about themselves when people treat them well. And so now you suddenly have this source of like, you can, you know,
tap
call
into
to
it.
the internet and the internet will answer your call and
Yeah.
shower you with love and support. And we'll say like, no, you are wonderful. Like, we do love you. You're fantastic.
Yeah.
And if you have that kind of emotional need and you become like, you know, you can kind of tap into it. And I don't really blame the people because it's like, it's their brain, right? They're like, they're looking to feel a certain way and the internet can help them feel that way. So I think it's going to get, in a sense, worse. But I also think that there are certain things that we're going to have to do. Like, we're going to have to evolve as humans to deal with this. And this is where, you know, personally, I'd like to spend more time with people who are on the other side of the social relationship.
Yeah.
Right? Like, talk to people and be like, you know, how does it feel? And then like, hopefully through that, as many people listen, they'll be like, oh crap, that sounds like me. Like, I do that too. And then we'll sort of start to understand and like hopefully help those people, because I don't, in a sense, like, I blame them kind of if they violate boundaries and don't respect things. Like, I think that's, you know, you should be held accountable for your actions. But also as someone who has, you know, worked in prisons and stuff like that, I've come to appreciate that, you know, the psychological drives that cause us to do bad things probably can be helped in some way.
Yeah.
So like, I'm all for like punishing a crime, but at the same time, like rehabilitating the criminal.
Absolutely. So you're calling
and
Twitch,
so
you're calling chat criminals. I'm just kidding. I'm
no,
sorry.
I don't think so.
I'm sorry to ruin a good moment, but I couldn't let
I
that
don't.
joke go.
No,
Somebody else is gonna do it if I didn't do it first.
I think there are a lot of things, but I don't think criminal is one of them.
I'm joking. I'm just joking. Have to have some humor in there, but it's
Yeah.
It's really fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to ask you, if there's someone in your community, yeah, but I don't think we should do that. But I think like in general, we should think about having people who are on the other side of a parasocial relationship. Like, we've done that a little bit on stream. I think it's something we could do more. But I think we have to understand like what's going on in these people's heads. Like,
Yeah.
probably explain to them. I mean, explain makes it sound like we have all the answers, but I think kind of try to figure out like because we have to do something. And so I guess so there's a systems perspective, right, where you can sort of equip tools and things like that. But there's also, I think, like a very human component to it that we have to explore. That's just the lens that I look at.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be cool in the future to see if anybody from my community would be open to talking about that as well.
Yeah,
I think we all have been able to observe that the pandemic has only made things worse because it's forced us inside. And for some of us that are already maybe more introverted, myself included, I mean, I'm somewhere in the middle. Like, I have no problem being alone, but for this period of time, it's a different story. So we've all been feeling that isolation, even if we do have family, even if we do have a support system. But it's really fascinating. And I feel like now, though, personally, between myself and my mods, we've sort of been able to now identify like red flags. It took a while. It took like longer than you would probably think, but I know part of that is that we've tried to be very gentle with people to understand that maybe somebody is suffering from mental health issues or things like this. So we want to tread lightly and be careful. But now we've sort of been able to identify certain behaviors where we understand that it's easier to cut it off right when you see it happening.
I mean, I think it could be very educational if you would share with us what those red flags might be. But at the same time, I feel like that could be a mistake in some way.
I can tell you something because it's going to be sort of vague anyways, which is there's just certain... It's very instinctual, but there's certain like ways of writing or patterns that you start to pick up on, and you'll see things and say, well, that kind of reminds me of this other problem we had. And we let that problem extend. So let's not even give it a chance to grow. Let's just cut it off. So that's very vague. I know it's not like a clear example of what we've dealt with, but there's just certain behaviors and patterns that we tend to pick up on now.
Yeah.
Or
so
I'll say it. Like if I see something, like we have a way to communicate between us. It's like, let's just flag this. Or another mod will say it, like, we're flagging this internally. And if anything else happens, then we're just going to ban.
Yeah. So I'm hearing that, subconsciously your brain has done some pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Right. So you guys have seen enough of it where sort of like what it looks like, what it smells like, kind of like, you can sniff it out now. Yeah. So I think that there's a lot of room for research. Like, I think it would be really cool to actually do a study where we ask streamers, like we could probably like, assemble like common red flags. We could also do a study on, actually, I think we should. I think it'd be very cool to do a study on people who are on, the chatting end of the parasocial relationship, and like, do a qualitative research study where you take 30 people, you ask them, what is this experience like for you? Like, how do you feel? Where does it come from? Things like that. you can also, like, we discovered all kinds of interesting things. We're hopefully publishing a paper on incels soon. And
Wow.
starting to do a paper, hopefully on, I think we've got a project in the works on pornography addiction. And I think especially in the pornography addiction, some very surprising results in terms of like things that you would not expect, like really simple things like being exposed to pornography at a very young age.
From the consumer perspective?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, you'll have like 8-year-olds who are shown pornography, and that's even before they've started to like experience like, they're nowhere near puberty.
Yeah.
And so, but it does something in the brain. And also that pornography addiction doesn't seem to have really much to do with being, sexually attracted to anything. It really seems to be more of a shortcut to a dopamine release in the brain and like emotional suppression. So there's a lot of assumptions that pornography and perversion in some way are like related, but it appears that for pornography addicts, it's not the same.
Can
so
confirm.
I think that, huh?
Can confirm.
I don't quite know what you mean by that, but okay.
Yeah, I'm also sort of a perv, but like in a healthy way.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so my point is that, I think perversion is a whole separate thing. It's just that people expected these things to be associated.
Exactly.
And they aren't necessarily.
Yeah.
And with parasocial relationships, I imagine if we spent the time like looking, we could start to figure out, what's going on here. But yeah. Sorry, you got me spieling for a second.
No, it's really cool.
So,
I mean, I wanted to ask you these things, and I know a lot of people wanted to hear about this. I think it was very insightful and hopefully helpful for some people as well.
Now, I know I offered you a 15 to 30 minute spiel on why you procrastinate and how to fix it. Do you still want that?
If you're down, yes. I would have to go to the bathroom really quickly, though.
Go for it.
Cool. Okay.
All right. Let's do it.
Let
me figure out. Okay. I was just in teaching mode. And so, once I get started, it's hard to stop me. And I'm sure that was a funny joke. But my mind was not able to, once I get into teaching mode. There's so little I understand about innuendo. We should be wrapping up soon. I think we started a little bit late today. I still got to Magic Club. Probably never, but we'll see. Yeah, that would be fun. Okay. Let's see if we can get this working. Would be funny. Guides Magic by Dr. K and Sasha Gray. No. I may just have to talk. Bup, bup, bup. But I heard something on Discord, but okay. So, ready to get started?
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing, Sasha, is I want to explain to you a little bit about traditional Indian medicine, or Ayurveda. So before I went to medical school, you sound familiar? Are you familiar with that? Or?
Now, okay, that's what you asked me earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I don't know a lot about it, but okay. It was the way you pronounce it. I obviously butcher it, and so I wasn't used to.
Yeah, sometimes people will pronounce it Ayurveda.
Yes.
So what I'm going to try to do real quick is, I'm just getting prepped. Okay, so the first thing is that not everyone's mind is the same. I know it sounds obvious, but like, you know how like some people have what we call fast metabolisms and they can eat whatever they want to and not put on a whole bunch of weight. And then other people are big boned, right? And they're people who can eat salads all day and they'll still be like, you know, above average in terms of weight. And the other interesting thing is that like, obviously there are these classes of people that may have something of a, oh, 1 second. Hello? Oh, whoops. Thanks. I was on the wrong way up. So there are these different classes of people, right? So like, and it may run in families, but there are people from like Africa that have fast metabolisms and people completely unrelated from like Croatia that have fast metabolisms. So this is a variance within the population of the human species.
Yeah.
Turns out that fast metabolism people and big bone people actually share particular genes. So there are actually like these different classes of people. So a couple thousand years ago in ancient India, there were a group of doctors, Ayurvedic doctors, who sort of noticed that human beings have like these shared qualities. And so what they decided is like, in order to understand them, because they couldn't, you know, do a genetic analysis back then, they started using elements to explain like these attributes of people. So what they said is that there are some people who are like the wind, and these people are vata. So they tend to be prone to things like dry skin. They tend to be prone to things like allergies. They tend to have fast metabolisms. They also tend to have eyes that are bigger than their stomach, which means that they feel very, very hungry, but then actually don't need to eat a whole lot of food. They also noticed cognitive correlations that these people have, so that they get interested in things very easily, but get bored in things very easily. That these people tend to be quick studies, but also forget if they don't get like, you know, repeated.
Yes.
Like, easy to learn,
Whoa.
easy to forget.
Okay.
Right? And so they came up and they said like, oh, this person is like the wind. Okay. And then they also like noticed that there are other people. So some people are more argumentative. They're more driven. They're medium bodied. They tend to have certain physical problems with like indigestion. Their back teeth tend to be quite yellow. All kinds of interesting correlations that they made. And then the third type is like the earth type. So these people tend to be big boned. They tend to be like slow to learn, but slow to forget. They tend to be quite resilient and can tolerate punishing situations for long periods of time, but are also slow to like get out of bad situations. So they'll like stay in unhealthy relationships for prolonged periods of time. Whereas the Vata folks, the wind folks, will be like, yeah, I'm into this person, and yeah, I'm not into that person anymore. And so what they noticed were that these three sort of elemental forces, and if you look at any human being, you can kind of rank their wind, their fire, and their earth. And so some people may have a dominant fire, some people may have like a dominant wind and fire, some people may have, you know, any combination. And that disease essentially manifests from your levels getting too high or too low. So like people who have a high amount of vata, if their vata increases a little bit more, they will have things like allergies. They'll have things like ADHD. They'll have things like anxiety. They'll have insomnia, but not the kind where it's hard to fall asleep, the kind where it's hard to stay asleep, or they have interrupted sleep. That vatas have dreams of flying, for example. There are all kinds of weird correlations. Do you have dreams of flying?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you are, Sasha, my friend, a textbook vata. And a lot of what you describe as procrastination is a manifestation of your vata mind. You talked so many times about not being a 9-to-5er. Vatas hate the 9-to-5. They can't do the 9-to-5. It's just not how their mind is. You can work from midnight till midnight, 1 day a week. But you would rather do that than 9-to-5, 5 days a week. Like that's just the Vata mindset, right? So it's like so you have to think about yourself like the wind. The wind blows really hard in one direction and then stops.
Yes.
And then blows this way.
Yes.
And then that way, right? So the first thing to understand is that you have a Vata mind. So your temperament is going to be a little bit more procrastination oriented because Vatas also thrive with crises and deadlines. They do their best work. Their mind is sort of like, I can't get excited about that. Oh shit, it's happening tomorrow. Let's go. Right? Like,
yes.
So the Vata mind is going to be prone to what we call quote unquote procrastination, but I don't think that's really the right way to think about it. I think the reason we call it procrastination is because our society is structured for Pittas and Kaphas for the most part. So like if we think about like, the 9 to 5, like where does that come from? It's because Pittas, which tend to be good managers, by the way, Vatas are like very difficult as managers because they're all over the place. So Pittas are really good. The fire types are really good at imposing organization and structure. So like the people who like being like the manager tend to be like a little bit more Pitta or Kapha oriented. And so they created a system that worked for them. And then we pushed all the Vatas into the system. So school is another good example of like it's 8 to 3 and like that's the way it should be. Whereas there's actually overwhelming evidence that starting school at 8 o'clock is actually bad for learning and bad for kids.
Yeah.
There's no need to
that.
study for that many hours a day. So anyway, coming back to you. So I think the first thing to understand is that if you want to quote unquote procrastinate less, you should balance your Vata. The more your wind element raises, the more procrastination prone you will become. And by procrastination prone, I mean that there will be times of your life where your mind is prone to wander and like it can't sit still. Right? So like you can eat certain things that will help your mind like be calmer and more grounded.
Mm-hmm.
Like your procrastination is going to be inversely proportional to the degree that you're grounded. Okay? That's the first thing. So like you can sort of, so that's Vata, okay? So a couple of solutions there. One is you can lower your Vata, you can be more grounded. But the other thing to recognize is that your mind is going to optimally function when you're juggling a few different things.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how it works. Okay. So now let's get to a little bit more on you. So I'm going to do, can I do this? Nope. Let's do this. Nope. Let's do this. Okay. So I'm going to screen share with you. Okay.
Okay.
So 1 second. I don't know how, people are going to see. So I'm going to draw things out. Is that okay?
Yes.
Come on, work. Or maybe not. Let's see. Yes. Okay. So now we're going to do this. Okay. I'm going to screen share with you. Okay. And then I'm going to do this.
Oh, that crops you. So is it okay if I can show this, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I just need to fix my crop because it added like a third window.
Sorry.
Oh no, it's okay.
So let's talk about procrastination. Let me know when you're ready.
Almost there.
Oh God, I hope it doesn't lag. Missed the Vata rant, Brownie Brown Man. Okay. So the first thing to understand about procrastination is that it's the Vata mindset. Okay. We're going to leave the Ayurveda stuff over here for now. And so we can talk about balancing your Vata and stuff like that. But then when we think about procrastination, you had started, Sasha, I believe, with it's some kind of fear of success, right?
That's what I've heard a lot of people say. And that's something that personally I cannot identify with.
So
I've read The Alchemist.
Okay. Why do you think you procrastinate?
Well, when you asked me that earlier, it took me a minute, but then I went back to it came to me, which is I feel like I get overwhelmed, and so it's hard for me to be decisive and figure out what is the most important task at hand.
Okay. So here are a couple of things. So like we talked about before, I think a big solution to your procrastination, if you're overwhelmed and having trouble prioritizing, you've already lost the battle. Because the problem is how stuff gets on your plate.
Right. Right.
Right? So this is where we're not going to I'm just going to offer a couple of hypotheses. These could be right, these could be wrong. But I think that there's a certain desperation that you have because I'm going to sort of like analyze you a little bit here, okay? So this is something you should definitely talk through with a therapist if you feel like this resonates with you. But what I'm getting the sense of is because of something about your background and because you're walking a tightrope, I feel like that emotional feeling of walking a tightrope doesn't allow you to pass on opportunities. Right? Because you feel like I have to grow, I have to adapt, I have to stay up with the trends. We don't really need to go into that. My point is that in terms of like not fearing, it's a fear of success. Like you, and this will become clear in a second. I don't think yours is a fear of success. What I get from you is more of like a desperation of like being on the tightrope and like you don't have a choice. Does that sort of make sense?
It does. The thing that I'll slightly disagree with there is that like not being able to say no, because I've actually been very aware of that over the past, I would say like 4 or 5 years, and it's something I've really worked on in learning to say no.
Okay.
So but that being said, what you're saying is all the other things I am still putting on my plate, right? I'm still putting this. And one last thing before I forget, I just want to say it and then we can go back to time management and then we can circle back to that though.
Yeah, so this is where I'd say that, if you've learned how to say no and you still wind up with too many things on your plate, how does that happen, right? Because I think that it's not about saying, I don't know, it still feels to me like there's an emotional driver which is determining how much stuff ends up on your plate in the first place. Right? So like I maybe it's not emotional, but I would explore that. So like let's just put emotional driver. We don't need to go there right now. But so now I'm going to talk more generally. So I tend to think about procrastination like a couple different kinds of procrastination, okay? So the first is what I would call idealistic procrastination. So what this means is that some people don't act because they're not ready. So like, for example, if I want to apply for a job and I procrastinate on applying for a job, the reason that I'm procrastinating is because I want to wait until my resume is good. Like I need to revise my resume. Like I can send a crappy resume today or I can send the perfect resume tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to apply for a job until everything is ideal.
Yes.
Right? So like this is where like you have this idea in your mind of how this task should be executed.
Yes.
Right? Idea or even fantasy of execution.
Yes. I can relate to that. And that's something that I've also been working on is letting go of certain things and understanding that like nothing can always be perfect.
Yeah. So like it's the chase for perfection that keeps people paralyzed in the moment. Mm-hmm. Right? Like I know it sounds kind of weird, but like sometimes, sometimes it almost feels to me like you take a 100% chance at an F as opposed to a 20% chance at an A. Mm-hmm. And it's like people are like, yeah, I'd rather like, I want to do it perfectly or not at all.
Yeah.
And that's where, because you have this idea of like what you want it to look like, what it'll accomplish. Like, I'm going to do it's going to be so great when I do it. But I haven't set that circumstance up, so I'm just not going to do it.
Or haven't been good with time management to allow yourself to be prepared.
We'll get to time management later, okay? So idealistic procrastination is something that I kind of think of as like, this is a little bit psychological, it's cognitive, right? And it's actually like attachment based. And what I mean by that is we're attached to a particular outcome. So
Mhm.
like we're attached to it being a certain way. Like my favorite example is one that I have in my head all the time. I will start going to the gym once I'm a little bit in shape
Oh God,
because then
yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
right? And so if you kind of think about it, it's the attachment to like not wanting to look out of shape when you go to the gym that keeps you from going to the gym.
Yeah.
So oddly enough, the solution here is a little bit more like grief. Like you gotta just let that go and like learn to take an L,
Yeah.
right? You gotta just be like, you know what? It's gonna suck.
Yep.
Or AL, I guess. So that's where I would say like, so this is different because it's not really emotional. It's like, I want this thing to happen perfectly. And you have to let go of like, you have to grieve that perfect outcome to be able to move forward.
Yeah.
Okay. So another good example is I'm working with someone who's going to enroll in college once they get their like sleep schedule
Oh.
fixed.
Ooh.
Right. And so their sleep schedule never gets fixed, so that they never go to college. It's a form of idealistic procrastination.
Mm.
So second is avoidance procrastination. So this is closer to what the Instagram folks or whatever social media folks are saying. So this tends to be based in emotions. So this is sort of like the avoidance procrastination is actually a protective mechanism.
Hmm.
And what it's protecting you from is like a particular emotion. So for example, let's say I want to ask someone out, but I'm afraid of rejection, so I don't ask them out. And I tell myself, I really want to ask him out. I really want to ask him out. I really want to ask him out. So in a sense, you could call that procrastination because I never get up off my ass and ask someone out. But what I'm really trying to do is like avoid the emotional possibility of rejection.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I talk to people who want to, find a job, like they feel stupid going in and like asking for, they feel stupid like going in and like asking for a job application. They don't need to feel stupid, but they just do.
Hmm.
So a lot of times, like how do you tell if you have avoidance procrastination? If people use umbrella terms, like if they call themselves bad, lazy, stupid, or incompetent, and that's the reason they're procrastinating, that is likely to be an avoidance procrastination.
Hmm.
The things that avoidant procrastinators tell themselves is usually diagnosing them with themselves with an unfixable problem. Like, I'm lazy. That's why I procrastinate.
Yeah.
And like laziness is like, it's an attribute of who you are. There's nothing to do about it. There's no, it's kind of just like, so like, oh, you drew the short straw. You're lazy in life. Sucks to be you. It sort of doesn't, you can't do anything about it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the other thing that these people tend to do is a lot of rational justifications. So they'll give themselves lots of reasons why they're not doing something. But at the end of the day, it's usually emotional. Oh, and it may even look like idealistic procrastination. It's sort of like, yeah, I'll ask this person out once I get in shape. And sure, that's like there's an
Right.
idealistic component to it, but it's really what's really driving that is like the fear of like being rejected. And what they're trying to do is like control circumstances so that they can avoid emotions. This is another sign,
Yeah.
right? And this is where like asking someone out, I'm going to wait till I'm sure they're in love with me before I even ask them out because I'm afraid of the rejection.
Yeah.
And maybe there's fear of success. In your case, there may be an emotional driver, which could be like avoidance procrastination. I don't really think that's the case with you. We'll get back to you in a second. And then the third, this may be you, Sasha, operational procrastination. Okay.
Does not compute.
So this is more frontal. By what I mean is frontal lobe.
I was just going to ask, do you mean frontal lobe? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where so vatas tend to be prone to this type because frontal lobe problems also manifest as like anxiety and ADHD. So like this is kind of like an ADHD procrastination, tends to be falls under this category. But what I would say is, so this is the kind where so I have a 3-year-old and I have a 5-year-old. And if I tell the 5-year-old to clean up their room, they're able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if I tell the 3-year-old to clean your room, she's not really able to do that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What's the difference between the 3-year-old and 5-year-old? Why can the 5-year-old clean their room, but the 3-year-old can't?
I would say the age is the first thing I think of. Like a 5-year-old is a little bit more independent. They can stay,
Yep.
they can focus for longer periods of time compared to a toddler who's just only been walking for a while and is still pretty dependent on parents.
Yeah. So if we look at like what the age means, right? What's the difference between a 3-year-old's brain and a 5-year-old's brain? You've sussed it out instinctively perfectly, right? So that the 5-year-old can kind of stay focused. But if you really think about it, what stay focused means is actually breaking down the task into its component parts. So this is where like people feel overwhelmed if they're operational procrastinators. And what that means is like the 5-year-old understands that cleaning the room is putting away the toys, putting away the books, and putting away my stuffed animals. I can tell the 3-year-old, put away your stuffed animals, and she can understand that.
Uh-huh.
But she's not able to take the abstract of cleaning the room and breaking it down into its component pieces. And so when she looks at the dirty room, her mind is overwhelmed with like, how do I break down this task and execute on it?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
So like when we think about something like, and this is also like a problem in gamers too. So gamers are prone to this because video games operationalize stuff for us.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, okay, here's the quest. Go collect 8 of these things. Then go here, then go here, then go here, then go here. So we're not really taught how to like abstract out things from start to finish. Even our sandbox games basically like teach us how to play in the sandbox, right? It's not truly free form. So when you take gamers and you tell them to go find a job, there are actually 1,000 small tasks. But our minds actually are not like natural at breaking up those tasks. So finding a job feels overwhelming because we don't know how to break it down into its component parts. So does that sound like that describes you?
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like I do better when I waver a lot. So like I'll have really disciplined stints where I have lists and I have checklists and sub-checklists, and I got like the stuff that is for me in my personal life, just like random stuff that has to be done, and then the stuff that I want to do professionally, creatively, and then I'll fall off. So yeah, that definitely sounds like me.
Okay. That's where, I mean, I'd say that sounds very Vata to me. So here's what I'd suggest for you. Okay. The first is that like, maybe there's some weird emotional shit in there. Who knows? If it's not what floats your boat, no big deal. Sorry, I'm done with the iPad.
So I'm just fixing your
scrambling. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
So here's what I'd say, Sasha, for you. If you procrastinate, like the first thing to understand is that you're going to be the most successful when you have external prompts.
Yeah.
So you're going to respond well to crises and deadlines. The next thing to understand is that procrastination is not a problem. Procrastination is actually a solution. So if our brain, so this is like literally what happens. Our brain has this circuit that tries to figure out how to be efficient. And so what your brain tells you when you're in like, let's say you're in school and it's like, I could start studying today and I can get an A and I can study 1 hour a day for 30 days. But our brain is actually like, you know what? We can get a B if you just cram the night before. And so if you actually think about an energy investment, doing things perfectly is not efficient. It's actually very inefficient. Because why would I want to study 30 hours for an A when I can squeak by with a B with 6? Like, why would I do that? So in your case, I'd say be careful about why things get on your plate is number one. See if there's some kind of desperation. There's some kind of like, because we see this a lot with streamers where like you feel like you can't afford to pass.
Yeah.
It sounds like you've learned how to say no. Second thing to think about in terms of your procrastination is what I would do is pick like 3 or 4 things and rotate between them. So what you'll find is that the way for you to work 80 hours a week is to have 4 different projects that work 20 hours, that you need 20 hours a week. If you devote yourself to one project for 40 hours a week, you will do a worse job than 4 projects at 20 hours a week. Even though technically you're working half as much in one scenario, it's just going to not bring out the interest, right?
Yeah.
Like when you get excited about something.
Well, I also my mind immediately goes to when you know you should stop working on something because your brain and body are tired, but you push through because you just want to finish and get it over with. And then you make mistakes that then add hours to having to finish that. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So I think your problem is, Sasha, you don't need to motivate yourself to work. So people who have a problem with procrastination think that I need to motivate myself when I don't feel like working. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's actually the exact opposite. You need to demotivate yourself at the right times, and then your procrastination will get way better. You need to restrain your motive. It's two sides of the same coin. You need to restrain your motivation when you get excited. When it's time to stop, you need to restrain yourself and stop. So procrastination in your case, I don't think is it's not about a lack of motivation. It's actually about a lack of restraint.
Huh.
And I think that as you have fewer things, because like you said, okay, I want to finish it. Now I made a bunch of mistakes. So the next day, your to-do list has been inflated with stuff that should have never, it would have been easier to just stop and finish it today.
Yeah.
Right? And so I would really rein in your vata. And then also try to cultivate kind of a system around it, which is get other people to be beholden to other people, and you'll do a good job.
Yeah.
Because left to your own devices, it's going to be a mess.
Dangerous.
Let other people, my team is really good about forcing me into meetings. They just throw something on my calendar because they've learned, unfortunately, that if they ask me to do something, it's never going to happen. If they're just hey, I need you to show up at this time. And it feels weird because I outrank them in some way, but they have to give me orders. And we've figured out that that's what works best.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was helpful or not, but that's my spiel.
Yeah, it is helpful. It's interesting. And I hope it's helpful for people watching too. I wanted to figure out a way to pose this, but I don't know, it's coming out more as a statement, so I don't want to say it doesn't make sense.
Just say it.
My mind keeps going back to that question that was posed earlier, which was let me just bring it up because I don't want to paraphrase it. 1 second. Okay, so the actual question was, how long should breaks actually be, and how long should you work before taking them? So I mean, that's a little bit broad because that can mean in a work day, or that could mean always,
So that depends on your Ayurvedic dosha. So this is the problem with questions that people ask. Western science is about, on average, what works for the most number of people.
Yeah.
So when the FDA comes up with a 2,000 calorie a day recommendation, that's not going to work as well for the fast metabolism people versus the big bone people. So when should you take breaks? So what I'll literally do when I do corporate consulting is we'll do Ayurvedic analyses of everyone's doshas. And then what we'll do is I'll tell them, if you're a vata, you should take frequent short breaks. You should plan on working 4 2-hour blocks in the day. Start early, start at 6 a.m., try to finish as early as possible. So vatas also come online fast and run out of stamina fast. So how often should you take breaks? You should take them frequently because you're prone to burnout. If you push yourself, you're going to pay for it the next day.
Yeah.
So you need preemptive breaks. If you're a pitta, leaving tasks undone is going to be very infuriating. So you've got to push through, work. Pittas are decent 9 to 5ers. And if you're kapha, if you're the earth element, you probably you can go a longer time without a break, but then you probably need a long break when it's time for a break. So as a vata, when I go on a 10-day vacation, I'm done relaxing on day 5. And I'm I'm going to do some work now.
Yeah.
Right. So like the Vata is like, but oh boy, like I need 3-day weekends every week. Because on day 4, I'm like, oh my God, I've worked so long. On Tuesday morning, it's like, oh, when is the weekend?
Yeah.
You know? And then by Sunday morning, if I like don't work on Friday, by Sunday morning, I'm like, let me get back to work. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, so frequent breaks that are shorter for Vatas, you know, medium length breaks at decent intervals, 9 to 5 evenings off. And then for Kaphas, like you can work 7 days, 10 days, go for it, and then take like 4 days off. You know, it sort of depends. That's what
Yeah.
I'd say.
And then a question that I have that kind of ties into all this is, I kind of started to mention it, but I feel like I'm really, like I go through these moments, like I said, where when I'm really disciplined with, like, let's say it's a list, for example, and these are the things that need to be accomplished. These are the things that I just want to accomplish. When I'm really proactive at staying on top of that, and I can actually see like things being crossed out, done, it makes me feel good. So it motivates me to continue. And then something will happen, like a disruptor in life will happen. It is so hard for me to pick back up where I left off.
So that disruptor is a separate conversation. So this goes to, okay, so let's just analyze that in 2 ways. The first is you got to be careful about the motivation of checking something off.
Okay.
Because when you check something off, what do you feel like doing?
It depends, but usually like I want to keep going.
So what's your problem? You need to learn how to restrain yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you're like, yeah, let's keep going. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby. And then you may run out of steam before you realize it. So I'd say really be careful. When you're done with your work for the day, Sasha, you have to learn how to restrain yourself and be done with the work for the day. Don't keep on adding on work. That's why your plate is so fucking full. Yes,
terrible at that.
I'm telling you. Your problem is like you're so motivated that you take on new projects and then you're overwhelmed.
And then I'm like, or like then the next day I'm exhausted. And then it's hard for me to get the day started.
So this is where you got to be careful because you say something throws me off. But the question is, what is the stat? Yeah. Oh, shit. Sorry. We have a meeting. I thought it was at 4. Okay. I'll just finish this up and then I apparently have a meeting. Okay. Case in point. Yeah, I didn't restrain myself. We were supposed to stop an hour ago. So I got excited. And so I have a crisis and deadline that comes and like restrains me.
This is great. This is great.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll just illustrate this. Like, so I'd be careful about your motivation and what you tack on, because then you say when something throws you off, how is your reserve energy when that disruptor comes?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you were overly motivated yesterday, it's going to be easier to get thrown off. And then what happens is we look at the disruptor, but we look at the wave that knocked us off, but we don't look at the health of our boat.
Yeah.
So what you really need to focus on is like, having a steady boat, restraining yourself, and then you'll be more resilient against disruptions. That being said, disruptions are absolutely a thing. And sometimes you can have a great boat and you can still have, a tsunami and it's over. But anyway, does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So restrain yourself. Do less, not more.
And that goes, yeah, this, I'll have to continue with chat too, but like that, I think goes back into time management. My lack of it.
I have to go now.
Yes.
Because I've done a bad job at time management. And so the way that I stay successful is by having crises. Okay, she's.
Sasha, you're late.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Bye, you guys. Right. This is great.
Bye. And
thank you, Dr. Kit.
Lunch.
Oh, man. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Oh, there's double me. 1 second, chat. Infected. Infected. No, he's not in trouble. He has a meeting. Okay, let's make sure. Let's hope my camera is not broke now. 1 second. Ooh, what did I just do? Oh, no. Oh, it's going to be mad at me. Oh, Discord is still on. Okay. 1 second, chat. When I don't disconnect my Discord first, the camera gets all wonky. And I forgot. And it's going to be wonky, isn't it? It worked. Okay. I thought it was going to freeze out. So there's this, if you're a streamer or anybody that uses OBS, there's this weird trick you have. It's not even a trick, but it actually is a trick because it's supposed to OBS is supposed to shut down sources when they're being used, but it doesn't. Anyways, if you're on a Discord video call and then you want to go and you're using that as your source, and then you want to go back to your main camera in OBS, it doesn't recognize it. It doesn't recognize the camera. It disappears. Then more seriously. Sebastian is what he said too. Okay, Quad just said, no Windows update, go away. I don't want you. Thank you, Ice. Quad said, seriously, she twitched when he said take a break. He may need to tell her how to give herself a break because she pushed herself so much. That was good. Something tells me you learned that trick the hard way. Yeah, I learned it through many scuffed co-streams that have been so embarrassing when I couldn't get my camera to work. If you have to restart your OBS though, it means your stream ends, and that is terrifying. It's really annoying. I have got to go to the bathroom again, chat. I'm really sorry. I have had so much water. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. You're wearing a watch, but it doesn't matter. Beat Miranda. Thank you, No Good. I'm glad it could help. There should not be double audio. Okay. Fixing something, though. Thank you, Ululu. Welcome. What does it make you feel? Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and watching. That was super interesting. And... oh, I thought I did. Did I click it? Oh, no, I did, Quad. Sorry. Hold on. Okay. Wow, that was 3.5 hours. Okay, maybe a little less because I had my uptime started before. Private window fluff. Oops. Ooh. Oof. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm laughing at something sad but true that Fluffy said. You should do less. Okay, anyways. Hope you guys enjoyed that. That was interesting. A lot of stuff that I did not expect. Digo, what's up? When he mentioned the wind, things fell into place. That was really, I actually want to do some reading because that's super fascinating. Probably also because my mind works really well with analogies and especially things that I can visualize. You're not in a cult, chat. You're not in a cult. Remember that. You never speak about cats? You're definitely new here. You are definitely new here. I don't know who said it. I don't remember who said it, but somebody, I had looked for a second. Somebody said cultivated, because he said cultivated at some part. That was hilarious. Come on, he said when you thought fart. Legal disclaimer, blah, blah, blah. Get your eyes checked. Thank you for the reminder. Hey, should I do that now, chat? I need to make the appointment. I actually do need to eat lunch. It's 1:45. Thank you, meows. Two different worlds, man. It's like the wind. Here in Greece was word on the street that you have roots from Greece. It is true, yes. I'm born and raised in America, but yeah, I have Greek roots. And the hair and oil to back it up. Lies, she is a vata. I have to sneeze. It's gone. I followed to send a message after watching for hours without ever having the inclination to send a message. I'm wondering, on the topic of parasocial relationships, where does a viewer that doesn't participate in chat but still watches a lot fall? Since that is 100% a one-way relationship where obviously nothing is reciprocated. No reciprocity is expected. Appreciating in-jokes without it meaning anything doesn't seem like a stretch to me. That's interesting too. I don't know if I have an answer to that, but that's also another perspective that like should be considered. She even smashes all the plates after her cooking streams. You're just a fan at that point, I guess. But I mean, I feel like the word fan, Fluffy and I started to talk about this together. I feel like the word fan has become sort of vilified. Like it's become icky. It's become taboo to say you're a fan of something or someone. And then Fluffy said that would be more like taking it as face value entertainment. That's true too. Some people just tune in like it's TV and I'm not tried Val, no. Kiko, no, I've always felt that way for a very long time. Wouldn't a fan want to interact? I guess everyone's different. Thank you, Goldend. Happy birthday to your friend. Ice cold. Bricky. Because of stands and stuff like that. And people like that. That's true. Yeah, I guess in the past, like what? I mean, I think what really changed the culture was that song. Brought more attention and awareness to it. All right, Salty. It's still a massive cultural thing to be a soccer fan. Oh, yeah. Football here. American football, I should say. Preordained calorie crash. Thank you, Ariel. What's up? Brio man. How is my morning? I only procrastinated 15 minutes. I timed myself, so I guess that's a step up. But that's because I had an appointment. Is fan getting to be thought of like fanboy or fangirl, which can definitely have negative connotations. I don't know. I just feel like, you know, people... It kind of goes in line with what we were saying with what I was talking to Dr. K about. Like, people then, instead of saying like, oh, my fans, it's, oh, my besties, or my... or different, like, pet names for their communities. Thank you, Double A. Do I play any MMOs? No, I was really thinking about getting into Warcraft, but man, that's a constant grind, and I just don't have time for that. Like, you have to grind that off stream a lot to keep up with it. I would play Final Fantasy though. Death to Miranda. The term fan has become kind of like a bad word when people think of a fan. Now they usually think of someone obsessive, but then you have other words like admirer of work, which I mean sounds even more obsessive, I guess, so it's hard to pinpoint. With things I like, I just say I appreciate their art. Yes. I get that. Lurkers are the silent backbone of Twitch we pay to support, which is on our televisions. What is an antenna? I mean, I do try to think, I do actively remind myself that, yes, the people that pay to support me are doing so because they also expect something in return, right? Because it is, you could say, I'm my own mini Netflix. Right? Somebody earlier joked, like, so is this the Sasha show? Like, you do, I think you have to think of that to stay focused, but at the same time, I'm choosing my words carefully here. Like, it goes back to this sort of unspoken understanding that, Like, this is what I am willing to give. And more than that should not be expected. Just had your morning coffee and watched. Awesome job planning and executing. The term fan.
I think I missed the doctor. Did he find the root of your irrational fear?
That's great, Snippety. The term fan has primarily been demonized by content creators. They prefer to call them supporters of the community, failing to recognize that supporter is a synonym of fan. Yes, Fluffy, yes. And this is like stuff we've personally, between the two of us, talked about off stream, is like, but is that manipulation on the part of the content creator? That this is less taboo to call you a supporter? Is that wrong? Or like Dr. K said, are we finding new ways to deal with terminology in relationships? Just how we've had to remove certain words from our vocabulary because time changes, generations change, and things that were once acceptable are no longer acceptable. Sound like you didn't procrastinate on your appointment. But I'm good at that. Like, that's no problem. But I also give myself a buffer when I'm getting ready to know that I will procrastinate. So I'm not late, or so I don't miss something. Thanks, Albert. The frontal lobe. Stan was pretty bad. That's true. That's true. Stan is way worse. And that's weird, right? Because now people have sort of taken that term and flipped it on its head as well, right? Because now people use it as I stand so and so. Yeah, that's interesting too. Stan is worse. I mean, I feel like it's worse, but I feel like people have also transformed it. The etymology of fan goes back to fanatic. The connotations have always been tinged with a negative judgment statement as far as I know. I don't know, maybe with the etymology, but like here, let's go to the etymology of the word punk. I don't know the etymology of the word punk. Let's look it up. But what I can tell you is that when I was growing up, my friends and I would always say punk. You're a punk. Oh, don't be a punk. Oh, you're a punk if you do something, right? And I remember my friend's dad heard us speaking and said, punk, like, what are you guys saying? And we're like, what? And it's like, it's an acceptable way of like calling your friend a punk, calling your friend, you know, like in a friendly way. And he told us that when he was a kid, when he was a teenager, punk was a derogatory term to call a gay person. Like, what? What? So things do change. Oh my God, I'm really far behind on chat, so I'm gonna scroll through. Oh God, Pope. Oh my God, yeah. Let's not, we don't need to go there. Not today, not today. I'm gonna scroll down, you guys, because I'm like way far behind. I was answering a lot of stuff. I'm a fan of comics and artists, but I don't create a girlfriend and make up stories about me and the comic artist. There are boundaries. Yeah. Never heard that one. I mean, like what? This was 2002, the year 2000. So he was referring to his teen years, which were probably the, I'm gonna guess, 80s. Early 80s. But yeah, things are totally localized. Like where I'm from, everyone says hella. And when we've talked about this a long time ago, but like, when I first moved to LA, I had to remove that word from my vocabulary because people are like, what the hell? It's not hella LA. It is absolutely not LA. It's total Northern California. And now everybody says it. It's hella lame. Punk did not mean that in the 80s. I mean, again, somebody said it could have been localized or regional, and it probably was. Now nothing is localized or regional. Except food. Everyone from Sacramento says, "Oh, my mama." Yep. Either that or on God. Hella is Northern California's version of New England's Wicked. Supportive sounds professional. It marks the line between the streamer and viewer. Why are your hands so hairy? You want some? It's the Greek. Okay, you guys, I gotta figure out what I'm eating. Streamer hair, new merch. I know I have some soup, that's for sure, because I did meal prep on Saturday. Yeah, the different name thing, because of being shadow banned, I've definitely thought about, but then it's like, well, how are the people gonna know, you know? It's a whole other problem. It's like starting from scratch. I made lentil soup, and it's delicious. Success of hair is expected. No, stream is not over. What I learned is that if I want to piss you off, I should shower you with pity. I have no black beans left. No. And I made a mistake recently. I kept buying this bread and freezing it, and I kept forgetting that I had it in the freezer. So now I have like 3 big things of bread. So I have no room. I do have a deep freezer though, so I need to like organize some stuff, and then time to make beans. Yes. Lentil soup. These were green lentils, and they looked really good. They're green lentils, really thick. It's thick. Yes, definitely more secret sauces. Definitely more secret sauces. If you haven't been around in a minute, I just haven't done them in the past few weeks because I had a lot of organizing I needed to get done, and it feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulder. So what is it? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, I'm going to be doing some things just to make the cooking streams better. Working on some audio and some of the visuals. So what kind of procrastination would that be called, folks? Being funny, but also serious. Being funny, but also serious. Anyways. Deal, thank you for the 420. I do not know. Do I know how to make sushi? Yeah, I don't do it enough, though. That's the problem. So it comes out kind of scuffed. I need to perfect my rice. I have a really good... I love the way I do the rice because my fake Japanese grandma gave me her recipe, so... It's never like hers, though. It's not just fish on rice, man. It's a whole lot of love. How can they be possibly better? Do you have this? Yeah, I have like one of the little... Well, okay, there's sushi, nigiri, so like fish on rice. But then there are sushi rolls. And I've done both. What part is fake? She's not my real grandmother, but I didn't have a grandma growing up, so she was our neighbor, and she was like watching me since the day, like babysitting since the day I was born, essentially. And I grew up calling her grandma. Whole lot of love. Ever eat sashimi? Yeah, I eat it, but I don't really make it. I make more like ceviche, or I'll just do like a raw, it's essentially sashimi. Like I'll get some good sushi grade fish, cut it really thin like a carpaccio, and then marinate it in lemon or lime. We have a Greek. We just did moussaka, but I plan on doing more. Oh, you're back. I see you. Yeah. We're gonna be doing more Greek food. Don't worry. Okay, Tato. Thank you for the 2 months. KHMP. Thank you for the 8 months. Nippity. Thank you for the 420. Spiraling. Thank you for the prime. Boj. Thank you for the prime. Socrates II. Thank you for the tier 1. Dr. Zook. Thank you for the prime. Toddy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Electric Mull. Thank you for the tier 1. Adegenate. Thank you for the 10,000 biddies. Thank you so much. Session Pole. Thank you for the tier 1. Alejandro GG. Thank you for the tier 1. Rocky TV. Thanks for the 2 months. No Channel. Thank you for the tier 1. 134 Zing. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Project Chaos. Thank you for the 690. P-Brain. Dark Strides, thank you for the primes. Grimnir, thank you for the 3 months. Aracast, thank you for the 300 biddies. Walsaurus, thank you for the 2 months. Astra, thank you for the 18 months. Snork, thank you for the 690. Lebid, thank you for the raid earlier. I'm sure you guys are gone. Archangel, thank you for the 6 months. Baz Koro, thank you for the prime. Wajni, thank you for the tier 1. Salty Quaholic, thank you for the tier 1. Eugene Temp, thank you for the tier 1. Pretty much just Halo, thank you for the prime. Joseph X Jr., thank you for the tier 1. Starry Knight, thank you for the prime. Nemo Greens, thanks for the prime. Jack Joe Jacket, thanks for the gifted. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted. Jack, thank you for the 500 biddies. Julia Wild, thank you for the tier 1. Excalibur 8, thank you for the Prime. Serious Business. Alter Gijo, thank you for the Primes. Jester 808, thank you for the tier 1. Zyra, thank you for the Prime. Atmail, thank you for the Prime. The White Rabbit, thank you. Iga, thank you for the 17 months. Morkers, thank you for the 18 months. Adejin, thank you for the 10,000 biddies, man. Vatashi, thank you for the Prime. Adejin, thank you for another 10,000 biddies. S. Chubi, thank you for the 4 months. Adejin Ape, thank you for the tier 3. Welcome to my stream. Pato, thank you for the 6 months. Fallen Autumn, thank you for the Prime. Anpunt, thank you for the 1337. Luffy, thank you for the 25 months. Subfocus, thank you for the Prime. Tinhao, thank you for the Prime. The Dream Cloud, thank you for the 4 months. Did you kill Genichiro? Oh, that felt good. Okay, let's see what I'm gonna do for food. It is 2. Oh my god, it's already 2:13. I have soup. Soup will probably be easiest. I'm not gonna order food. I was thinking about it because you guys said all this yummy sounding stuff, but if I order, it's gonna be like another hour, and I'm pretty hungry, so no. Lentil soup or a egg and bacon sandwich, but that's gonna take way longer to make. And I can't bring you guys in the kitchen right now because I'm not prepared for that. I'm out of cereal. I have some good bread. That bread is good though. Okay. Yeah, okay. Give me a few minutes. Yeah, that's what I ate. I ate that bacon and egg sandwich last night because I realized I did not have many options at all left in my fridge. Oh, yes, but I have this bread. Okay. Give me some minutes. I don't know how long. 15? 10, 15? And I'll be right back. All right. Give me a minute. I'll be back, you guys. Sandwich is going to take too long, so I think I'm just going to do milk. Milk? Oh my god. Cannot computate. I think I'm going to do soup. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Somebody triggered the command mommy milk and oh, that's what came out instead of they're both liquid. Oh. TOS meows, we can't do milk. Okay. Maybe she forgot mayo. Food. Oh, my feet are cold. What? So, while I was gone, putting that on. Whoa, hold on. I left this window open. I forgot to go back to it. But, so I'll go back. I read something that I want to talk about while I was making my soup, heating up my soup. But by the way, we're talking about the etymology of the word punk. And I said, I don't know where it came from. I just know when I was a kid, like, we used it as a way to sort of roast each other in a friendly way. And then my friend's dad thought we were crazy because when he was a kid, they used it as a derogatory term towards gay people. So it was like a word you just were not supposed to say. So I had this window up and I forgot. Squirrel moment. The etymology of the word punk. In the late 1500s, the word punk referred to a prostitute. It evolved over the centuries to become a synonym for hoodlum or ruffian, which is one reason why the Sex Pistols and other influential bands adopted it in the mid-70s. I never knew. Pretty cool. Shakespeare was an early user of the word. Crazy. I want to yell. What am I doing? Oh, I was gonna bring up a window for you guys here. Yeah. Before I bring it up. Okay, got it. Boom. All right, we're not looking at Biden driving an electric truck. Cool, great, amazing. Make them affordable for everyone now. That's not what I wanted to click on. I wanted to click on hot tubs, Twitch. We have an update in all things hot tubs, ad pauses, and content preferences. Read the blog to learn more. Oh, it's bright. Ugh. Wait a sec. How do we change this? Bye, Twitch.
We get so wrapped up in numbers
Hold
in our
on.
society, and
Hold on.
the most important thing
Let's get out of there.
able to be one-to-one, you and I, with each
I was
other
not prepared for that.
That's what's
Their blog is in they do not have an option on their blog to get dark mode. How's that possible? The website's on dark mode, but the blog is not. Dark Reader is whack though. It's not really the Chrome dark mode, no, it's like an extension and it's kind of scuffed. Okay, whatever. Is what it is. Alright. Over the past weeks, we've seen and had many conversations about hot tub streams, and we want to address it candidly. Yeah, the beta sucks, though, because then it destroys other things and it becomes unreadable, so I actually removed that. The content brings up questions that are complex with few easy, clear answers. We're approaching it thoughtfully and respectfully, which is why we've taken our time to address it publicly after long internal deliberation. Given the nuances, this is going to be a long post, but we wanted to explain in detail our thinking and approach, as well as next steps both in short and long term. Much of the conversations we've seen have focused on the people
WHTS or ethnicity love you.
no, who are, oops. Can't read and eat. Much of the conversation we've seen, that's why, has focused on the people, again. Take 3. Much of the conversation we've seen is focused on the people who are streaming this and similar content, including assumptions about their motivations and intentions, and we want to make a few things clear. First and foremost, no one deserves to be harassed for the content they choose to stream, how they look, or who they are, and we will take any action against anyone who perpetuates this kind of toxicity on our service. Second, while we have guidelines about sexually suggestive content, being found to be sexy by others is not against our rules, and Twitch will not take any enforcement action against women or anyone on our service for their perceived attractiveness. How our policies apply. Oh, it's way too hot. Too hot still. Okay, so first of all, I was actually thinking about this the other night, and it kind of relates back to what we were saying, talking about like fans and stuff. Like, and some of this like brain science that keeps coming up in the past few streams, but generally speaking, straight men are very easily aroused. So this just, it does not take much. It's very simple, right? It's a very simple animalistic response. There is nothing wrong with that. It just is. Women are not the same. No, not just like women. It takes a lot more for a woman to respond to something and to be easily aroused. There's nothing wrong with that. It just is what it is. Anyways, not just straight men, that is true. I will put you next to Rihanna and you'll change your mind about that. So, I was just thinking, you know, because there's always this idea of like, well, why don't men stream in hot tubs? And then you start seeing all these dudes doing parodies of hot tub streams, and it's freaking funny, right? Nobody's being aroused by them. They're laughing, but everyone's in on the joke together. And I mentioned this with Miko. No matter what Twitch does, no matter what stance they take, they're going to be either A, persecuted for being anti-feminist if they say we can't allow this anymore. Or B, they're going to be accused of allowing sexual content on a website that has people under the age of 18 on it, participating on it. And hot tub streams are not sexual content. Men are just easily aroused. So no matter what stance they take, publicly speaking, they're going to be criticized. What's really messed up is that in the case of like the most prominent person, Amaranth, if you guys didn't see the news the other day, her ad revenue was taken away and she wasn't told about it. She just saw it on her own. Okay. So even though Twitch is saying like they're not going to allow people to be harassed just because you might find them sexually attractive, they're allowing their advertisers to make those decisions for them. So chat can't harass, but advertisers can dictate all of the rules. It's a conundrum. I don't disagree that if a child did that, hell would break loose. I don't disagree with that. But I'm gonna go back to the things that I always compare, and I've been saying this forever. Why is violence so accepted, but anything that is nothing but the Virgin Mary conservatively dressed, not accepted? So is it okay that we are allowed to see copious amounts of violence in the form of entertainment, but it's not okay to see a bikini? And I was like, went down a rabbit hole of Twitter too. Somebody was saying like, man, stuff on like TV was way worse when I was a kid than what's even on Twitch. I don't know, because I never had cable. But why Twitch needs to decide if it's going to be E for everyone or 18 and plus and not for children. But that's the problem. Why is violence not held to that same standard? Anyways, let's continue. There's been confusion whether streams from hot tubs are permissible under our policies. We understand our rules as written have contributed to that confusion. Under our current nudity and sexually suggestive content, streamers may appear in swimwear in contextually appropriate situations at the beach in a hot tub. We allow creative expression like body writing and body painting, provided the streamer has appropriate coverage as outlined by our policy. Nudity and explicit content are not allowed. Our intention with the sexually suggestive policy was to draw a line on the content that is overtly or explicitly sexually suggestive. Not to ban all content that could be viewed as sexually suggestive, but we acknowledge that our rules are not clear as they could be. Prohibiting every form of content that could be interpreted as suggestive would also result in far more restrictions on the video games and premium content that we currently allow, especially considering the ways that female characters are sometimes objectified or presented in a sexualized manner. Totally agree with that. We will always aim to avoid being overly punitive based on assumptions. When we have taken enforcement action on this content, we've only done so in the case of a clear violation of our guidelines to make the lines between what we consider to be overtly or explicitly suggestive more clear. Explicitly sexually suggestive more clear. Our team is planning to update our policies on sexually suggestive content in the coming months. No, Storin, because I don't think that there's anything wrong with healthy promiscuity as long as you're not doing it for the wrong reasons and as long as it's consensual. We also want to address questions from our creators about suspending advertising on their channels. On Twitch, brands get to decide where and when their ads appear. But let me insert something here. Us as streamers don't get to decide which kind of ads we want to be affiliated with. Today, they can target or avoid specific categories of content and flag channels that don't meet their standards. This means that Twitch, in rare cases, will suspend advertising on a channel at the advertiser's request. We absolutely do not permit brands to use protected characteristics as a filter for advertising or blocking. We recently suspended advertising on some channels that were flagged by the majority of our advertiser base and failed to notify them. That's a pretty big F. Our creators rely on us, and we should have alerted affected streamers to this change before it happened. It was a mistake not to do so. We're working with the individual creators to address their specific situations and restore ads where appropriate. Here's what I'm confused by. We do not permit brands to use protected characteristics as a filter for advertising, targeting, or blocking. It doesn't mean they don't do it, though. I mean, the kind of ads that run on Twitch are from major conglomerates. So they definitely do it, and that's why you see streamers in tampon ads. They don't permit it, but there's also no way for them to verify. Which is why I will never appear in a tampon ad, because I'm pretty sure they're held by family-friendly, quote-unquote family-friendly corporations like Johnson & Johnson. We recognize that our diverse global community has a broad range of interests and preferences. Not all of the content allowed on Twitch is relevant to everyone. We think it's important that viewers have a choice in determining the type of content that is suggested, and brands have the right to determine where their ads appear. We're working to develop more robust controls for advertisers and viewers to enable them to control their experiences on our service. So, which one? It's kind of contradictory. Additionally, we need to provide creators with a better understanding of what brand safe means to advertisers outside of our community guidelines in terms of service and provide better ways to categorize their content. These, along with updates to the sexually suggested policy, are longer-term solutions that will take time to build and implement. I don't know, man. I think it's... Streamers and Twitch are at the total mercy of these major corporations. Twitch is not hiding my streams. Twitch actually does not. And Twitch has actually been really supportive of me. It's not Twitch, it's the rest of the internet. In the immediate term, one of the challenges this situation has highlighted is the lack of specificity in the just chatting category. Viewers can flag content as not interested in order to remove specific channels or categories from their recommendations. However, due to the broad range of content in just chatting and the fact that many creators stream in just chatting for a portion of their streams, that is not an effective way to remove a specific subset of content like creators streaming in pools or hot tubs. Yes. Correct. I like this. I like this. Community and advertiser feedback. Excuse me. Community and advertiser feedback make clear that we need to offer more ways to control the content that's recommended as well as where ads appear. So we're introducing a new category: pools, hot tubs, and beaches. If you have chosen swimwear that is allowed under the swim and beaches contextual exception to our standard nudity and attire policy, you should stream into the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category. We'll be reaching out to creators with more details on how to use this category moving forward. I actually don't think this is a bad idea. I don't think it's a bad idea. You know why? Last night I was trying to find some IRL streamers just to see what people have sort of been doing, because it's been so long since I've done an IRL stream. I know that I need to get upgrade some of my equipment, and I wanted to see like the quality of people's cameras, things like this. I went on and I had to scroll for like forever to find an IRL streamer. And then what happens, exactly what's supposed to happen when you're on any form of social media, I got stuck looking at hot tub streams. Including the parody ones with dudes. Yep. So, I don't know if it's a permanent solution, but I think it creates a better balance for people. There used to be an IRL category. I know. And I thought that too. And I was like, where's IRL? And it was gone. Maybe because of COVID, though. They probably felt the need to remove it. These are green lentils. It's green lentil soup. So good. Oh, there you go. This is not intended to be our long-term solution to improve brand targeting capabilities, increase personalization in our recommendations. It does, however, solve a few issues for all audiences in the near term. Creators can continue to stream content that falls into this category as long as it doesn't violate our guidelines. Viewers can better avoid recommendations for content that they don't want to see, and those wishing to view this can have an easier time finding it. Brands can opt in or out of this category like they can today with any other category. Pools, hot tubs, beaches, live today. This article provides more info about what kind of content should be streamed to this category. We have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take time to implement all the changes we've outlined. We'll share updates on this work as we have them. So, thank you, Smite. It's in the parent section. I tried typing it in, though, and it didn't come out. I was mobile, though. I was doing this last night, so thank you for that link. There you go, chat. It still exists, but not when you type it in mobile, at least. So here's the other thing, though. And like I said, I can understand, like, every argument for and against allowing this on Twitch. Primarily for the reasons aforementioned. But what we talked about last week was, like, this idea. I have a lot of friends who are parents that don't want their kids to click on Twitch and see this as the first thing that they see. Now, I do a lot of Twitch lurking. I do it in private browsers, not logged into my account. And I will say, every time I do that, these streams are at the forefront. So I'm curious if they're going to stop doing that. Like, if they're going to, because that's a decision they make, right? Because they know people want to see it. There are a lot of people that do want to see it for every person that doesn't. So let's see. That will be interesting. I think that's not, like, sort of, it's unfair. You know, you could say it's, then it becomes unfair to the creators that feel like doing that kind of content. So then because then that's the same thing that I argue against, is that it's not fair. You know, it's all of it's a catch-22. So if they're driving the traffic, it's pretty shocking that advertisers don't want to be there. It seems suspicious. Listen, there's so many things that are above us plebeians. Like, we just don't know. I'll tell you some inside information, okay? So I did a bunch of specials for a TV show years ago. Because we covered adult-oriented themes, there was no nudity. There were discussions about sexuality in a positive way. They could not broadcast these shows during a specific period of the day or early evening. It had to be late night TV. Those shows, I can proudly say, had the highest viewings. And that's because that's dictated by advertisers, and companies need advertisers to exist. I don't know yet, Shadow. I need to remind myself what's up with that. Anyways, there's so much out of our control. More Chris. Hell yeah. Man, and like there's so many things like this, like I could go into in more depth about my own personal experience. You don't like this bowl design? I love it. It's my favorite bowl. Thank you, Diga. Take care. Have a good weekend. Yes, this is the new guidelines for hot tub streams. So now there's a whole category. So yeah, I mean, man, I can understand to every side of this. I can't say that I feel that way about everything, but this I truly understand. That being said, like, it's also on parents. It's also on parents to set up internet filters. And I know people with kids hate when people that don't have kids talk about this. But it's true. Set up the freaking filters and monitor. And have these conversations with your kids that there is a difference between entertainment and fantasy and real life. There's no internet filter that will resist a kid. Be more involved. Be more involved. Oof. Oof. Ice cold. That's a good one. I gotta figure out how to... I'm getting bombarded with direct messages on my Chatterino, and I need to figure out how to turn that off, because when I open up chat on Twitch, they're not there. And it's freaking me out because there was some really jacked up stuff. So I thought it was on my stream. They could just remove Coomer categories from recommendations. That's sort of what I was saying. But on the flip side, like, that's exactly sort of what I complain about, right? Like, people are watching it, so there are a lot of people that do want to. It's really complex. It's a never-ending conversation. Work with your kids and their online diet. I like that. I like the way you said that. Yeah. I don't want to turn whispers off all the way though. But what happens is they show up on my Chatterino, because Chatterino is a completely different app. They show up and sometimes it looks like it's actually happening and that everybody can see it. I just need to block it from chat. I know it's in there. I keep forgetting to do it. Chatterino is a third-party app, you guys, if you don't know it. And I like a lot of its features. Biggest problem is determining how to draw the line. Yep. Mexican Viper. Chatterino is an app, and basically it lets you log into any chat that you want to view. It's just way more customizable than the Twitch chat in Twitch's browser. It's just a lot faster. Like if I want to click and reply to something, it makes emotes faster. Like it's cleaner and easier to use. More customizable. Does this argument really make sense when you have adult products like condoms and vibes being advertised on the platform? Wouldn't just directing these ads solve the issues? Oh, dude, the only, out of those things you mentioned, the only ads that would be allowed are prophylactics. That's it. That other stuff would never, ever exist here. Should it? Okay. Should it? I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, Chico, that's the only kind you'll ever see. Prophylactics, that's it. Whoa, Yorpum, are you serious? Nah, man, I gotta figure. I need to confirm this. I'm gonna be shocked. If there is, I'm gonna be shocked.
Hey Sasha, in where we're from, what's a good restaurant to be on a date?
Like, I like you, but I don't believe you. I want to be proven wrong, though. Here's the thing is that we still don't know how to have healthy, responsible conversations with people about these things. And when I say people, I mean people of all ages. And that leads into unhealthy mindsets and unhealthy treatment of other people that are other when we aren't allowed to talk about these things. If the Zula, that's different though. If you're talking about them sponsoring, that means that a streamer probably has a deal with them. One-on-one, has nothing to do with the actual ads that are forcefully run on a Twitch stream. That's a whole different thing. I'm just moving to Europe at this point. I know prophylactic ads exist, you guys. I'm saying all other things, not prophylactics. Please stay out of Europe. Spit. Dude, my allergies are bad today. The air quality has been crap out here. My air filter kept going on like nonstop the past few days. My eyes are pretty tired today. Yeah, see, no hard proof. I don't buy it. I don't think Twitch would in the near just got crumbs. I don't think they would allow that. Oh my god, I gotta write the mods, hold on. No, YouTube is even worse, actually. Okay, let's get out of here. All right, let me go put this away and wash my hands. I'll be right back. No, Wormy. Oh my god. Oh, this isn't a joke? What? Oh man, you guys. This is funny. Is that a glue stick? No. It's chopstick. Oh man, this is gonna get really interesting. There's a surprise coming next week. I'm so confused by this weather, dude. Maybe because the sun is coming in more finally. Or because I just ate. Weird. Okay. You just look at the category and one is a guy wearing a suit jacket sitting in a hot tub. Oh, let me get this white. So much better. So the sun comes from lentils? Yes. There's a Geralt stream? Hold on. Hold on. I can't find it. No, the video game. Better. Oh, this is funny. He's taking a deep breath. There's only one part covered. Too much feet for me, though. Gotta close that. Total lunar eclipse May 26th. What's today, the 21st? Yep. Alright, you guys. You're trying not to adopt a tiny black kitten that showed up at your work today. I miss Roach, too. So, what time is it? Oh my god. Let me try and find something real quick before I decide what to do next. It's 5. No, I just read 5. Oh my god, I just freaked myself out. How many minutes is this? Ah. I knew this was gonna happen. Okay, that doesn't work for me. All right, so I want to play Resident Evil. But the best weapon I have no ammo for. And this ending is killing me. Yeah, I want to beat it. I want to beat Resident Evil. Or on the last boss fight is driving me insane. Oh, my eyes hurt. The weapon is that Magnum that I have no ammo for, that when we were in the weird shaft. Sorry, I can't help myself. We were in that weird area and I had to shoot these red things in order to progress and stop a fan. And it was the only ammo I had. And I knew it when I did it. But there was no other way. All right, I'm going to put on the red light because my eyes are killing me. Where did I put it? Or filter. When you shot your biggest fan. Owl, thank you for the 2 months. Mingdos, thank you for the 333. Where you're from. I don't know because it's changed so much, sadly. So I'm probably the worst person to ask that. And a lot has probably closed down. Because of the pandemic, sadly. Sorry. Stumpy, thank you for the prime. Randy Butternubs, thank you for the tier 1. Snippety, thank you for the 333. Do you have any stories of Snippety, do I have any stories? It's more like no, actually, because I've been so dang careful. Dang. I've been so careful. And when I started streaming, we really crafted a community where we set it up to hopefully avoid any of those problems in advance. Michael Angel Carr, thank you for the gifted sub. Ming Deuce, thank you for the 333. Perito, thank you for the prime. Grizzle Bear, thank you for the gifted sub to Donut Eating Bear. All right, let me do the light. Thank you, more Chris. Four, five. Okay. I want like a... Yeah, I need... Oh, that's what I was going to do. Okay, break, you guys. Speaking of taking breaks, I need to call to make an appointment for the eye doctor. So, 1 second. Meows. All right. Appointment set. Yes. Yes. It's so funny how they didn't have appointments next week until I said that I didn't have insurance, and then oh wait a second. Cash, we have appointments. Oh, how convenient. And do I have plans to get blue light glasses? I actually do, but I also know that I've been needing to go to the optometrist for a few years now, and I decided before I go and buy a blue light glasses, I might as well get the eye exam done first in case I need a prescription. Because what I noticed in the past year with the pandemic, my eyesight has gotten drastically worse, and I feel it anytime I get off of the computer when I do anything now. So might as well do that first. And transition glasses. Oh. Smooth criminal. Toddy67, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. All right, let me... This. Change my stream title. Meows. Oops. Not dark enough in sunlight, too dim inside. By the way, we have a new YouTube up if you didn't know, if you didn't check it out. Englishing is bad, MK. Get good, Ice Cold.
Or new glasses.
It's so great when Meows gets Sasha to laugh and she just says, "Oh, Meows." Wait, I thought of this last night while the game loads. Maybe I need long meows. Not a fashion model, I'm a fashion blogger, okay? Thanks, Low-Res. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you. I did not give up on Sekiro. No. Absolutely did not give up on it. I was just distracted with this game. Long live the meows. Long live long meows. Meows has my back. I'm on good paws. We're at the final boss fight that I can't win of, but hopefully today is different. Hopefully today is the day. You cannot has long meows. No way. Ooh, it's way too loud for me. Hold on. Let's just double check. No rounds. And there's not even, you don't even pick up a crafting recipe for it. Okay. Today's the day, you guys. I'll play out this once since it's a new day, new stream. I'll let this cutscene play.
Little Ava, my beautiful daughter, come to me. Ava, is that you? Oh, how I've missed you. What? My power is leaving me!
Rose! Miranda!
Interesting. Your body certainly isn't normal.
Give Rose to me! Now!
You will see. Once I kill you properly, everything...
Get her now! Let go!
I've spent
Same.
a lifetime
Same on the
training
mascara.
this moment. And you try to take it away from me. I will take what is due. My desires will be fulfilled! Rose is mine!
What the fuck?
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious man I sent.
Toddy, thank you for the 25.
Now, please
Thank
do
you so
not
much.
worry for little
Appreciate it.
Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
It's these stupid things she does.
I'm not letting you get away.
Huh.
Don't resist.
Dead. So dead. Indie. I gotta go. I can get one mine. I can get one mine from the Duke. I gotta remember next time I die because we know I'm gonna die.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete.
Oh, get away from me.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
Die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
Whoa. 3.
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this.
Good. Oh, I'm so tense. I'm so tense when I'm running away from her. Oh, she didn't do the third one that time.
I'll take wonderful care of little Rose. You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my daughter,
Ah, I missed it.
not yours?
Your time is up! Now die!
Oh, I hate this part. She's so annoying.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure?
Oh, come on. Come on.
This is
Time to die. Doom. Oh, shoot.
You won't intervene.
Ugh.
Cease this foolishness.
Ugh. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Fixes it up on me, huh?
Your time is up! Now die! The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Hold still. Will this kill you?
I hate this part. Ah! What? I shot them all. Ah! If she doesn't get me.
After all, everyone dies. Such vitality. How disgusting.
Oh, dead. So dead. I'm dead.
Will this kill you?
Dead.
Die.
Dead. Oh crap. Dead. This is where she always gets that final strike and I can't get her.
After all, everyone
Oh,
dies.
dude. Oh, I can't.
You are
Dead.
truly a wonderful. Till now.
forgot the Duke. Can't forget next time.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious magnificent. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with truth.
Ah!
So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is... Cease this foolishness. You won't interfere. I've never seen a human live without his art. Are you sure you're not? Your time is up! Now die! I shall put you to rest. The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Where are they? Oh, stuck in the tree, stuck in the tree. Ah, and I'm dead. Oh, wait, I had a health.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire. Beast. Evil.
Dead.
How lucky you are to die before your child.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting to hit Duke. I said it to myself in my head.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters.
Oops.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete.
Worth it.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with treatments. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
Please, Mr. Winters, stop. You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness.
Eh.
seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not?
Slap.
Your time is up! Now die!
Oh, I can never get her. Thank you.
You won't interfere. I shall put you to rest. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies.
Oh, I was loser here, dude.
Will this kill you?
Why isn't it picking up my shotgun ammo?
Such vitality. After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you?
Oh, come on.
Die. Hold still. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time!
Oh, here we go. No heals. Here we go.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my
Dead.
hands. Go on, rest now.
Totally don't have it because I cannot be on low HP like that. During that fight. So come on, dude. He has no ammo. What if I is there an upgrade for the Wolfsbane? Let's actually see. Gunsmithy. There's a power upgrade, which I'm not even close to having. Everything has a price. I can't sell enough, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sell enough to get it. Wait, can I sell my... I probably can't sell my baggage, huh? No, you cannot. The doll head's only 2,000. The upgrade is like 85,000. Roll. So he has no ammo for me. He get a mine? Didn't I get a mine from him last time? Nope, I guess not. I swear I had a few things. The problem is it's not worth it to sell because there's no ammo to buy. Even if I sold a, like... I don't think it's worth it. I'm just gonna have to suffer.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with truth. So
Liar.
now you can die peacefully.
You're a liar, Miranda.
Do not let me get away.
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. Come.
Oh, come on. Oh, I got on the wrong side of it this time.
Don't resist. You understand the level of parenting, child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Your time is up! Now die! You won't defeat me.
I couldn't fear. She's just blended into herself.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? This is...
I just restarted that one. It wasn't even worth it. Rose is my tax write-off. Oops. No, it still didn't equip it.
You fulfilled...
That's weird.
your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully, permanently.
Do not let me get away.
You understand the level of parenting, child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Oh.
You won't defeat me.
Ah!
Your time is up! Now die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? This is... I shall put you to rest.
that greedy.
The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Such vitality. How disgusting. Will this kill you?
I don't see those. Oh, come on.
Hold still.
No. I don't see a dang thing. She just...
Feel the dark god's wrath!
die. Oh, these things. Dead. The flame. Anyways, I can't make it past this point on that low HP, like I said. So we're just gonna keep going. You know what, though? I'm gonna start differently. After that, I'm gonna start with this. 1. Heal.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious name. Now, please do not worry for little Rose.
Oh, come on, dude.
I assure you I'll provide her with truth. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Where the heck is she?
Not letting you get away.
Just here I come. Don't resist.
Oh, she's
Please,
angry.
Mr. Winters. I shall finish this.
Oh, now she's real angry, huh?
You understand the level of parentage. How can you deny me?
Why the hell
I don't
didn't
see
you
her.
realize
I don't see her.
Rose is my
Yeah, no.
goddamn kid,
Get away from me.
not
Ah!
yours.
Your time is up. Now
Yeah,
die.
die! Ah.
Cease this foolish.
Sometimes I shoot her in the face with the shotgun and it seems like she doesn't take any freaking damage. I don't get it.
Die. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? This is...
Could be.
You won't interfere. I shall put you to rest. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
Will this kill you?
Ah! Ah! So dead.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I
Where did the taste for hardcore come from? Probably just because,
before you.
like, when I don't play, I end up not being challenged enough. Sniper's too slow.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
Not let him get away.
There's nothing. I shall finish this. Don't resist.
Oops, I didn't mean to heal. I meant to block.
Here I come.
Nobody wants to.
How about this? You understand the love of a parent and a child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Your time is up! Now die! Cease this foolishness!
Liar.
This is...
Ah!
I've never seen a human without his heart. Are you sure you're not?
Oh, dead. Getting too close.
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
Dead. Chaos, thank you for the 690. Hawkin, thank you for the Prime. Joker's Wild, thank you for the tier 1. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do...
Refuse. I can't get hit by a tree branch right at the beginning.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not ready to get away.
Please, Mr. Winters. Come. Just. Die. Don't resist. Here I come. You understand the love of a parent or child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is... I shall put you to rest. You won't intervene. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? Cease this foolishness. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Such vitality. After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you? I can take any form I desire. Beast, hound, even wolf. Die. Hold still.
No heals. I'm a goner.
After all, everyone dies. Such vitality. Rose is truly mine at last.
More lentils.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete.
Glorious.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Let me get a break.
Don't resist.
Ah!
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this. Die. This is nothing. Here I come. You understand the level of character, child? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I wasn't really.
Cease this foolishness. You won't interfere. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not one of us? This is my seat saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Die. After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I want. Even a loving wife. Will this kill you?
Oh, come on!
Rose is truly mine at last.
It's so not close, though, you guys. It's not even close. Sparkums! iCast, Rodriguez Danny, Druckus, who's your daddy? Thank you for the prime subs, you guys. Appreciate it. Welcome. What happened to his finger?
Mr. Winters.
Oh, where's my weapon? A whole
You
lot.
disposed-
Well, dude, what? I shortcutted it.
Of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness.
How does she get one smackdown? I didn't heal at the beginning of that, did I? What happened? What hasn't happened is the real question. This is true.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete.
So worth it.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true
So not worth it. Ugh.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
There's nothing. I shall finish this. Ghost wizards. Here I come. I'll take wonderful care. You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Die. I shall put you to rest. Your time is up! Now die!
Oh god.
You won't be defeated. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure?
Ah!
This is... The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Will this kill you? Such vitality. How disgusting.
Oh, come on, dude.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire. Beast, even in life.
Oof. Oof.
Die. Hold still.
Stop flying.
Will this kill you? Seems.
Ah! No heals.
After all, everyone dies.
Ethan, when you're struggling to poo, it doesn't make it very easy to fight for you.
Such vitality. How disgusting.
Flying.
After all, everyone dies.
Oh, crap.
Feel the dark gods' wrath! Impudent! If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day.
Oh, this is different. It skipped the black and white. It skipped the black and
Why
white.
do you persist in this?
What? But now my HP is down. When did she get that extra swipe?
Your time is up! Now die!
Oh, I wasted that.
Why do you... Surely...
Okay, I found it. No, it skipped it. It almost went in. Okay, if I use that on her... The black and white happens twice, by the way. At least it has happened to me once before. So if I use this grenade on her, it stops it. So I really have to conserve those. We found
You
something.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with treatments. So now you can die peacefully. Don't
Not letting you
resist.
get away.
There's nothing. Come. Just. Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this.
Doing it again.
Here I come. I'll take wonderful care of little Rose. There's nothing. You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is... Cease this foolishness. You won't.
Ah! One swipe. She gets me with
I've
one
never seen
swipe
a
all that
human
damage.
live without a heart. Are you sure you're not one of them? The megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Die. I can take any form I desire.
Ah!
Even such vitality. How disgusting.
Ooh.
Will this kill you? Hold still.
Come on.
After
Don't
all,
even see.
everyone dies. Die and be swallowed into the megamycete for all time!
Oh, here we go.
Cease! If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. Century! All of the... This day. For my daughter. Die.
These freaking blobs, dude.
Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of...
Oh! Did you see her leg?
She's my
Dude, she spread.
goddamn daughter. You
She
psycho.
spread open. She did the splits on me. I'm so dead.
I will not let him or anyone else make Rose or my daughter. Such vitality. I shall put you to rest.
Oh my god.
Those
Come on, this is it.
They could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
Your life is over, Mr. Winters. Why do you still fight?
Oh.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Hear me.
I will take back my daughter! Come. Yes. Why won't you die? Will this kill you?
Oh no, she's gonna do the blobby blobs again.
My wish will. Your time is up! Now die!
Land on the mine. Land on the mine. Yes. Where's her freaking face?
I will see my hopes. I must.
Fiddlesticks. I really thought that one
You
was it.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully. Don't resist.
Get away!
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling.
Fire.
Just you understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. This is you won't
Ah!
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure?
Ah! Wasted.
Your time is up! Now
Damn
die!
die.
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Such vitality. How disgusting. Will this kill you? I can take any form I desire.
Oops. Reloaded too quick.
Even with a wife.
I fall for it. I always fall for it.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Such vitality. How lucky you are.
I hate her. I hate her.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die.
I'm not letting you get away.
There's nothing. You understand the love of a parent and child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. This is...
There. Oh, come on.
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Where are the blobs? I hear them.
Hold still. After all, everyone dies.
What the heck? Don't put baby in the corner.
Die.
Ugh, I'm so sick of her.
After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you?
God, how many times?
Such vitality.
Dead.
Hold still. Oh, great Megamycete, hear my
Up.
prayer! Rose is true.
Hoff, thank you for the 13 months. Worsted Fox, thank you for the prime.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry the little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
How about this? Why don't you? Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. Just fellow character, child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not wrong? Die! Your time is up! Now die! The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time!
Oh no.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die! I will take back my daughter! If I combine Rose with the Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! You still stuck. This is...
I feel like that did nothing to her.
Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I will see my hopes fulfilled. Must die. I'll take wonderful care of little Rose. Cease this foolishness. Why?
Ah, come on. You suckered me on that last one. She did so much damage. Times are going rough for Pipe Bomb.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
Not done. get a break.
Please, Mr. Winters. You understand the love of a parent and a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you won't intervene? Cease this foolishness. Your time is up! Now die! Saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies.
Ah.
Feel the dark god's wrath!
Ah! I missed it.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last. I've waited a century, all for this day. I shall put you to rest. This is... How lucky you are to die before your child.
Death is a learning experience. Oh my god.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
I'm not letting you get away.
Here I come. There's nothing. Just
Can't sell for heals, man. You cannot sell for heals. It doesn't work like that. I have money. He doesn't have anything.
you understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
You won't intervene. Cease this foolishness.
I tried. I tried to get aggressive, it didn't work. Ugh.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll...
Live, die, repeat.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully. How about this?
Get away!
You understand the love of a parent and a child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. Your time is up! Now die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Die. Will this kill you?
He's
After all,
exhausting.
everyone dies. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time.
Oh, I didn't stop the black and white this time.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, yes.
The hell?
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. This is cease this foolishness. Why do you interfere? Surely you have lonely rose now. So close. To death.
She's my goddamn daughter! Psycho!
Curse this ramshackle village. All I need is Rose. Don't resist. Your time is up! Now die! Why? Why would you
Ugh.
You won't intervene. I shall put you to rest. The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
How lucky.
Are you freaking kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? When the fireballs appear, don't cover.
You fulfilled
Yes,
your purpose,
because they
Miss
will not light me on
Winters.
fire at all.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully. Don't
Not letting
resist.
you get away.
Please, Mr. Winters. Yes.
Ah.
Here I come. Why would you give up? You understand the love of a parent and a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. You won't intervene.
Ah! Crap! Walked right into that.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
That's not repetitive or
Yeah,
anything.
right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Aw, come on.
Will this kill you?
No.
After all, everyone dies. Feel the dark god's wrath!
Oh, didn't reload. Right.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest This is... Why do you eat it? Surely you have no need of yours now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
Your life is over. Why do you still...
Speed run. Speed run. It's like a divorce.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with treats. So now you can die peacefully.
You're not letting me get away!
Ah! Stuck.
Why? Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this. You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Your time is up! Now die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not one? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Will this kill you? Feel the Dark God's wrath!
How come sometimes I'm able to stop this and other times I can't? It's really weird. Sometimes I stop this black and white phase.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Rest now.
The hell I will.
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die. I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. But this is the end. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. Cease this foolishness.
And die.
Why do you continue? Surely you have no need of yours now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I can take any form I desire.
So much pain.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
Don't resist. Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this. Here I come. You understand the love of a parent or child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. Die. Your time is up! Now die!
That was the hat.
You won't
That was
eat
that
again.
again.
This is
Not a shot.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? Your time is up! Now die! The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this
Have to
splendid
sneeze.
power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Will this kill you? Hold still. Feel the Dark God's wrath! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you let me into my house. Rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die. I will take back my daughter! I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. Truly. This is the end for you. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. This is... Why Why do you interfere? Surely
Oh.
you have no need of those now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! You psycho!
I can take any form I desire. First, the hand. Rose is truly mine at the You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully. Why
I'm not letting you get away!
There's nothing. Come. Just. You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is... You won't forgive me. Cease this foolishness. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
You think? Hold still. After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you? Feel the dark god's wrath!
There we go. Oh no, she still came. Oops.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die. I will take back my daughter! I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. Truly. But this is the end. if I combine Rose with a Mega Mice? My daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. I've never seen a human live without his heart.
Again? She's saying it again?
Sure why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! Psycho!
Curse this ramshackle bitch! Here I come. I'll take wonderful care of little Rose. Your time is up! Now die! Why? Why won't you die? Die. God, please!
This game's gotta be broken. Nah, I'm pretty broken though. Really, if I had the Magnum, I could do it.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete.
Miranda!
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
Not let him wait!
Well, that was fast.
How lucky.
I didn't sell the Magnum, but you barely get any ammo for it in this game. And there was the area where I had to use it because I had no other ammo. And I knew it. I was like, this sucks. I should have probably just gone back and tried to redo a section, but it's too late for that now.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Not let him wait!
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. Come. Just. Don't resist. You understand the level of heritage I have. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. This is the end. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're wrong? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
After all, everyone dies. vitality. Disgusting. Die. I can take any form I desire. Beast. Even in life. Die and be swallowed into the megamycete for all time! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
Die, 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 die!
Gosh, so annoying.
I will take back my daughter! If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! For my daughter! Hold still. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of this now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! You psycho!
Didn't I plant 2 mines?
I will not let him or anyone else take Rose for my daughter. Here I come.
Oh, come on. Not like this, dude. Not like this.
Will this kill you? You won't interfere.
Oh, crap.
I shall put
Come on, give me a heal. Drop me a freaking heal.
those thorns. They could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Killed by a tree.
Ever think the
Killed by a tree. Groot gonna get you.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
Liar.
not letting you get away?
There's nothing. Done. Just.
Nah. Need a chainsaw, seriously. Where's Doom Guy?
You understand the level of heritage, child? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Your time is up! Now die!
Now die.
Die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? This is... You won't interfere.
Got greedy. Got so greedy right
Time
there.
is up! Now die!
Turn around.
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you? Do you understand what you're doing? Die.
Always gets me there.
After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you? Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time! None shall interfere in my grand design. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited.
Okay, so you've got to kill the blob, then when she drops down, shoot her in the head, and then it bypasses the black and white. Got it.
For my daughter.
Where is she? Ah!
Why do you interfere? Surely you have no weakness now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
Something.
Curse this ramshackle village.
Dead. So dead. All right. Anybody want to? I'm gonna open the door up for 1 minute. If you want to give me tips, but listen here. I do not have Magnum. I've tried the strategy of only heal when you're blinking red and you'll get an extra hit. Not really, which is why I always heal at the start. Watch, I'll try it now. And I say not really because it depends what kind of hit she does.
Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now,
Shoot the
please
fireballs.
do not
Okay, so I've
worry
tried
for
shooting
little
and not
Rose.
shooting the
I
fireballs.
assure you I'll provide her with true happiness.
I tried both strategies. See, look, that's why I heal at the beginning. Because if she gets 2 on you and you don't see it coming, the flash grenades don't do damage, but they buy you a second. They won't stop the giant fireball, but they stop the small ones. So I realize they're good to use when the 3 blobs are there to shoot her, because then it also hits all 3 blobs. So it doesn't like give her damage, but it destroys the blobs.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for
Yeah,
little
I
Rose.
noticed they
I
stopped.
assure you I'll provide her with truth.
I've done that a few times, but I was
So now you
confused
can
on the
die.
timing. I know it stops the dark mode.
Not
Here I
letting you get
come.
away.
There's nothing to fear. Come. Just
No indication of her HP either, no. Shotgun straight to the face at the start. I've done that also.
you understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. Die. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
I'm gonna try shooting them again because I feel like I live more when I shoot the balls.
Will this kill you?
It takes longer. I've also tried running when she flies. I know I've tried all of it, you guys, but it's like
Die.
it's also timing, right?
I can take any form I desire. Beast, hag, even a living wife.
Ugh.
After all, everyone dies. Such vitality. Disgusting.
I missed that one.
Will this kill you?
Oops, wrong gun. Too slow.
Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all
Oop. Oop, and I forgot to use this.
time!
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you let me in my hands. Go on. Yes.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century! A century! Oh, for this day! Surely you have no
Ah!
so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
Oh, come on.
How lucky you are to die before me.
I hate her. I hate her. You saw some dude hit it run on no hit run on hardcore. Yeah, man. I searched before I started this run right now, and I didn't even watch it because I knew I was gonna cry. Like, there's no way I could do that.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters.
Yeah, I get her
You
patterns,
disposed
but
of
the
my
problem is
false
sometimes I'm
children
just
and
a little like
awakened the glorious Megamycete.
slow and off.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Not letting her get away!
Why would you give up? Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. I shall finish this. You understand the level of parental child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Greedy. I got greedy.
This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not like that?
Oh! Got caught under her.
Your time is up!
Now die!
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right! All it's done is drive you nuts!
Such vitality. How disgusting.
Rose better be worth it.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still.
See, like that one I don't get. She always gets me there, and I feel like I'm always far enough away, but I'm not. Like that one. I'm always too slow.
Will this kill?
Just shut up. Yeah.
Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take back my daughter!
Whoa.
Die! If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, daughter will be made manifest at last! I waited a century, all for this day. For my daughter. I shall put you to rest. This is... Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of yours now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
See there? She always get. I can't dodge that, dude.
Your life is over, Mr. Why do you still...
That thing, and then she freaking sprawls out. Oh my god, dude, it kills me. It kills me. I just gotta make it past. I gotta get the magic of mold. Running at her is the way to dodge that dive. No, I always do this. I turn to the left and I go like hug the wall. But her reach is so far that it's never enough. And my instinct just does that. Did I do that? Yeah.
Little... You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Williams. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently. You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
You won't interfere. Cease this foolishness.
Oh, your leg is in the way, lady. Ah! Ah!
Your time is up!
Now die!
The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Such vitality. How disgusting. After all, everyone dies. Do you understand what you're doing? Wilkes.
No. No. Yes. See there? I turn left and right. She gets me. She always gets me. I gotta try and remember what one that is and just block it instead. Too late.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Feel the dark god's wrath!
Oh! Oh, she's so slow. He's so slow.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take back my daughter!
Ooh. Where'd she go?
Die, 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 die.
Can't see her.
I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters.
Whoa.
But this is the end for you. If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will...
Ha! Rambo's still best. Thank you, thank you. I'll take that.
be made
I'll take that.
manifest at last! I've waited a century,
Oops.
all for this day!
La 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 la. I don't want to waste it.
Why do you interfere?
Ooh, that was
Surely
close.
you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter!
Dude, it's
You
this one.
psycho!
This is... I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must.
Woo!
Why?
Hi.
Won't you die?
Oh.
I've never seen a human live without heart. I'm sure. You were truly wonderful. Till now.
I was right there! Ah! Dude, you guys, sell useless items. It doesn't matter. I have money to buy stuff. He's sold out. The Duke has sold out.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose.
I have not enough
I
money
assure you
to upgrade
I'll
either,
provide
even if I
her with
sell
true
stuff.
happiness. So now you can die.
Ah!
How
not letting
you are to die before.
Definitely not the one. You should get Magnum ammo. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You know.
You fulfilled your
except
purpose,
there is
Mr.
none.
Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
Whoa, that was lucky.
I'm not letting you get away!
Here I come. Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. Thunder. Just. Right. understand the love of a parent to a child? How can you deny it?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is... You won't intervene. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Accident to reheal. I
After
should
all,
just die now.
Everyone dies.
Should just die now. She's right. Everyone dies. Totally wasted a heal.
Die. Oh, great Megamycete, hear my prayer! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time for vengeance in my eyes. Yes.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die.
Ugh.
I will take back my daughter! I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. Truly. But this is... If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day! Will this Why do you interfere? Surely you have... No, you're close now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I just shot to nowhere, basically.
Curse this franchise. After all, everyone dies. You still stay.
Oh, she got me.
How about this?
Tried. I tried. Part of the hardcore not to show enemy. I don't know. I don't, even if I sell the, even if I sell rifle ammo, which in theory would be a good idea, it's not going to be enough to buy anything worth upgrading. Like an upgrade is 80,000 points, and he has no ammo for sale. Any other ammo for sale. Did I get this? No. Shoot her between the holes in the tree. It doesn't always work.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
How about this? You understand the love of a parent and a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. Your time is up! Now die!
Ah, it's not even worth it, though.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Will this kill you? I can take any form I desire. Beast, panic, even wife.
Again, the blobs.
Such vitality. How disgusting.
Ooh.
After all, everyone dies.
Come on, how many freaking times?
This is nothing. Hold still.
Oof.
Die. Feel the dark God's wrath! None shall interfere in my grand designs. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. Why do you persist in this place? Such vitality. How disgusting. After all, everyone dies.
Oh, so close. Oh! And I'm dead.
Be close now. So close.
So close. Spoke too soon. Super
You
annoying.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Do not let me get a break.
You understand the love of a parent and a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Oh,
This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not one? You won't intervene. Rose is truly mine at last.
dedicated.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Do not let me get a break.
Please, Mr. Winters, stop struggling. Come. Just... Why would you? You understand the love of a parent and a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Ooh.
This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you won't intervene? I shall put you to rest. Your time is up! Now die! The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Will this kill you? Do you understand what you're doing? After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Will this kill you? Oh, great Mega Mice! Hear my prayer!
Ah.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take
Ooh,
back
that was
my
scared me.
daughter! If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century! A century! All for this day! Why won't you die? This is... Why do you intervene? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! You psycho!
Your life is over, Mr. Winters. Why do you still fight? Cease this foolishness. Your time is up! Now die! Why? The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
Why do you persist in this fight? Die, 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 die. I understand your feelings, but this is the end. This is my wish will come.
Not the freaking trees again. Come on, not the trees again. Come on, step on the mine, woman. Dead. Dead.
Wonderful father. Till now, of course.
I'm gonna get a water. Just imagine she's invincible like the game is broken. Oh. Oh man. 1 second. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a water. Hi, meows. You pleb. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. Uh. Uh. Quick stretch. halftime workout. I was here for the workout stream. Yes, star.
You can do it.
Ah. 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 What's up, Teo? Now some burpees. Oh, that looks delicious, meows. Stop procrastinating. Ugh. Food? Dude, I had the biggest bowl of lentil soup. I'm good for like another hour and a half, 2 hours to even be close to wanting a snack. Oh no, I gotta get these pants hemmed. Thought I just ripped it, but I didn't. Okay. They're too long. Yes! Look who's been with me! Ergonomics, not correct. Oh, she never left. She's just been... bed. Should mail them to me. I know a lady. West Vlad. Spasiba, привет. I cannot understand what you wrote though, but thank you. Brand the Dawn, thank you for the tier 1. Keeges, thank you for the 3 months. King Luscious, thank you for the prime. Keegs, thank you for the 30. Thank you so much. Ninani, thank you for the 400 biddies. Black Box, thank you for the prime. Saint Gnome, thank you for the 333. Once again. Oop. Alex Reyes, thank you for the prime. Nubby Nubbins, thank you for the 3 months. Aqualung, thank you for the prime. Smooth Doggy, thank you for the prime. E-Man, thank you for the 17 months. Big Sky Noob, thank you for the prime. Data Sick, thank you for the gifted sub. Hoffs, thank you for the 13 months. That's gonna have to go. I'm sorry you might be having those problems, but you should think about changing your name. Brand the Dawn, thank you for the tier 1. Zolar System, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Meows. Oh my god. That's for the, you gotta put that in the screen. I feel like that deserves to be in screenshots. Just stirred it nice and slow, Fluffy. Fluffy, you want to tell me again? Yeah, good.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness.
Oh crap, sorry, I was looking at Lefty. The only trusted one. I only have 800 coins, so I would really have to sell something, and I like all of these weapons, so I don't know what I wouldn't be. Oops.
You fulfilled your.
I don't know what I would sell. You know?
Your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
Do not let me get a break.
Last boss, if she want to keep their weapons, because I still can't. I mean, I really do like the shotgun.
There's nothing.
But I also know that this is necessary. Ah! Did not mean to heal. Sell your soul.
You understand the level of heritage, child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I feel like I'm using everything though.
You won't intervene. Your time is up! Now die!
No. Oh crap.
This is... Cease this foolishness!
Oops.
Your time is up! Now die! You won't interfere. This is...
Ah.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? The Megamycete saved me from
Shoot
the
'em
pits
for
of
their
despair.
run.
It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Ah.
Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time.
Oh, it came early.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take back my daughter! If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this. Stay. Why? Why won't you die? After all, everyone dies. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no news now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! You psycho!
Here I come. I can take any form I desire.
Again?
Beast. Even
Ah! That stupid thing!
I shall put you to rest. Why do you persist in this race?
Oh, I missed it that time. She dodged that. Did you see that? Did you see she dodged that?
Those foreigners. They could
Oh,
do
can't see her.
nothing to assuage
I couldn't see her.
my years of loneliness.
She actually dodged that last.
You're not capable.
That's crazy. I don't think, maybe I have because it's been so long that I've been trying to do this, but I feel like I've never seen her dodge.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little
You're not
Rose.
capable of R.
I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away!
There's nothing to fear. I shall finish this. Die. You understand the love of a parent and child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
You won't interfere. Your time is up! Now die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not in love? I shall put you to rest. This is... The megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right! All it's done is drive you nuts!
Ah!
Will this kill you? After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you?
Oh God, are you freaking kidding?
Hold still. Oh, great Mega Mice! Hear my prayer!
Ah.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will!
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die! If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day! Why do you persist in this? Cease this foolishness. Your time is up. Now die. Why do you continue? Sure.
Oh my God.
You have no need of yours now. So close to death.
She's mine! Goddamn daughter! You psycho!
Your life is over, Mr. Winters. Why do you still fight? You won't intervene. This is the end. Why? The victors, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
I don't know.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away!
You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
You think
I've never seen a human live without his heart.
Oh, come on.
You won't intervene. Cease this foolishness. Die. Your time is up. Now die. You won't intervene. I shall put you to rest. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Where is she? Oh, I'm stuck.
Will this kill me? Such vitality.
Disgusting.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire.
Yes, we know.
Beast. Evil.
Too late. Where are the blobs?
Hold still. After all, everyone dies. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Yes.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
Cease this foolishness! I'll take wonderful care of little Rose. For my daughter.
Ah, the stab! I can't see her. I couldn't see her. I couldn't freaking see her.
Rose is truly mine.
I couldn't freaking see her, dude. Went blind. Alright. After this one, Leffy, I'm gonna consider selling something.
You fulfilled your
Heisenberg was
purpose,
surprisingly easy.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
Not let me get away.
You understand the love of a parent and child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Same time. We same timed each other.
This is...
Oh.
Cease this foolishness. You won't interfere. Your time is up! Now die! Die! I've never seen a human live without its heart. Are you sure you're not one? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Such vitality. Disgusting. After all, everyone dies. Will this kill you? Hold still. Die. Oh, great Megamycete! Hear my prayer! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die.
are you?
I understand your feelings, truly. But this is... If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. After all, everyone dies. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no nerves now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I will not let him or anyone else take Rose or my daughter from me.
Wasted it.
Why? Why won't you die?
I keep asking myself.
I shall put you to rest.
All right, don't press anything.
Rose is truly mine.
I'm going to go see how much it is. Leffy and Leffy only. Upgrade the... Well, it's a question of if what can I sell or what should I sell. Should I upgrade the Magnum or the rifle? I would need 48,000 to upgrade this. 60,000 for the rifle. Any chance that Duke has noise canceling headphones? Seriously. There's no more meds. Everything is out. Everything is gone. I need, like, if I had one heal, yeah, it'd be great. Sell the sniper? Sell the sniper. Leffy and Leffy only. It's a question. For Leffy and Leffy only. Seafaring, thank you for the prime. Green Eyes, thank you for the 3 months. Mike Garnight, thank you for the 7 months. Crow, thank you for the 4 months. Suicide Bombshell, thank you for the 4 months. Unique Katie, thank you for the 6 months. Zappo, thank you for the prime. No? Okay, so what? I'm patient. Clearly. Sell the Magnum, improve sniper. Got it. Got it. Okay, selling the Magnum. Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Leffy. We're selling the sniper, you guys. Or, I mean, we're selling the Magnum. Whew. What if I did that? Good riddance. Thank you, Leffy. Sniper's damage. I could, okay, now, next question. Do I continue upgrading the sniper? Yeah, I probably should. If I can. Fire, ammo, rate of fire, I guess would be great. I'm gonna do rate of fire. This thing is freaking slow. The Magnum was a good soldier. Thank you, Magnum. Duke is stingy, man. All right, we're out of here. Thank you, Leffy. Let's see how this changes the game.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Reeves. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you
Here
get
I
away.
come. There's nothing to fear. Come. Just. Why would you? You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Ah.
Cease this foolishness. You won't defeat me. Your time is up! Now die! The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire.
Even your wife.
Even your living wife. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. Why won't you die? Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of us now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
I will not let him or anyone else take Rose or my daughter.
Dude.
Why do you persist in this field?
Again.
I will take back my daughter!
Take that mine! Take the mine!
Die! The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
Ooh.
I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must. For my daughter. I shall put you to rest.
But I'm not tired, Mommy.
My wish will come. Your life is over. Why do you
Okay, so 3 times. She does this 3 times. She does this 3 times. Can I get can we get this through our head? 3 times. Now, the question is, it kept our upgrade and right, so we don't have to do that weapon again. It did. Okay, good.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Not letting you get away.
You understand the love of a parent to a child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Your time is up! Now die! I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire.
I ran right into that one.
Even a loving wife. Die. Hold still. After all, everyone dies.
Ah. She hasn't even done this. Oh, come on. I'm so sick of this.
Such vitality. After all, everyone dies.
She hacked me. She breathed on me.
Die. Feel the Dark God's wrath! Now, Mr. Winters, I
Yep.
think it's time you left things in my hands. Yes. If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. Hold still. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
You won't interfere. This is I will see my hopes through. I must. Such vitality. How disgusting. Why? Why won't you die? Don't resist. Die, 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 die. I will take back my daughter! The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
Your life is over, Mr. Rogers. Why do you still
The mine is still out.
There's nothing.
kidding me? I don't hear where it's at.
My wish will come.
No!
Your time is up! Now die! I will not let anyone else take those for my daughter. Rose is true.
Time for me to end this game forever and never look at it ever again.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Do not let it get away.
Why would you? You understand the love of a parent or a child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. Your time is up! Now die! You won't interfere. This is... The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Die and be swallowed into the Megamycete for all time!
Oh!
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die! I will take back my daughter! If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. For my daughter. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure?
Oop.
Your time is up! Now die! Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! You psycho!
Curse this ramshackle village. Rose. Die. I shall put you to rest. Why?
I mean, how did that not stop her?
The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real life.
You still stuck. Cease this foolishness. My wish will come.
Oops.
I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must. I understand your feelings. Truly, my dear. But this is the end. Die, 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 die. Here I come.
This is mine.
Why do you persist in this race? Why won't you die?
Boom. Smash. Oh.
You won't defeat
Okay. I'm gonna end soon, 'cause this is stupid.
Rose is truly my best.
Can't do it anymore. Can't do it anymore. It's actually driving me insane. It's actually driving me insane.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with truth.
Thank you, Quad Den.
So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
Don't resist.
Oh, that was a quick death. Oh, I thought I was dead because I didn't heal.
There's nothing. Come. Just. Here I come. You understand the love of a parent and a child, don't you? How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
This is I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? Cease this foolishness.
Dead. This isn't it.
Your time is up! Now die!
How many heals do I have? I have none. I'm gonna restart. What's up, Scotsman? There at the wall.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of a parent.
Not letting you get away.
How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn king, not yours?
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? You won't interfere. Cease this foolishness. The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies. I can take any form I desire. First, even in what way?
Go away.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die. I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. Truly. But this is the end. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! You still stand. I shall put you to rest. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of those now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! Psycho!
I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must.
All right, I'm gonna do one more, and I'm done.
Rose.
I'm annoyed. Now end her. I want to turn her sound off so bad because I'm so sick of her. But then I won't hear her coming, so I can't.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious magnificent. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with truth. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of a parent.
Not letting you get away!
How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. You won't interfere. This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
Dang it.
Die. Hold still. Will this kill you? Instance. I can take any form I desire. Beast, mechanic, even wife. After all, everyone dies. Saviors. Such vitality. How disgusting. Will this kill you? Hold still. After all, everyone dies.
Again. The blobs are at it again.
Die. Feel the Dark God's wrath! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Rest now.
The hell I will!
Die, 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 die! I will take back my daughter! If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century.
What?
A century!
I thought I was behind the tree.
Why do you persist in this? Your time is up! Now die!
Wasted.
Why do you intervene? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter! Psycho!
Such vitality. How disgusting. I will not let him or anyone else take Rose or my daughter from me. I shall put you to rest. How lucky you are to die before your child.
Agnes Stormcrage, thank you for the prime. Vices, thank you for the tier 1. This is a look of despair. Feel like just one more coming. You're not supposed to win. I'm not even like, I'm just bored. Like I'm annoyed at this time. At this point. You gotta give me a real good reason for a one more. I don't want one more day. I want it to end. I want her to end now. I want her to die. I want her to die. I can't. I actually will be very upset if I come to stream having to do this again. This reminds me of Resident Evil, that time that I had like only a knife and a handgun. Because I missed that weapon. This is your reason if you finish today, no more ever. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Maybe a chip will help. Just one chip. Isn't a 6-hour nap more like bed? Is it even a nap at that point? I mean, what has Rose really done for you? How loud are those chips? Yeah, where is Chris? Good point. Are you accepting advice right now? You've got 10 seconds. Give me advice. I probably already tried it, but go ahead. Miranda's toxic. Explosive rounds first. Block more. Okay, no more tips. So, win. Okay. Advice time over. Thank you. Yeah, I beat Genichiro like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. So, I know I need to block more. It's just like I'm not good enough at tracking her face on. I'm always running away, so then I miss the opportunity to block because I always think she's further away than she is. I said advice time was over. If there was health at Duke's, don't you think I would have had it by now? I know you could probably think I'm insane for continuing this, but I'm not stupid. Richie Cavedo, thank you for the 10 months. Necroni, thank you for the Prime. Bye Alpha, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Sad, thank you for a gifted sub to Gamerade. Thanks so much, you guys. I really appreciate it. Wait. Camera doesn't help. That is true, too. Alright. Meows goes in lap. Wait. Ugh. Okay. Meows. Total reset, 24-hour streams. Wait, did I do it? Yes. No, this is gonna get in my way. I can tell. I can tell now.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious
Yep, missed it.
Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get away.
You understand the level of parenting, child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Ah. Like there. Could have blocked, but I thought I was further, for instance.
I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you know? Die. I shall put you to rest. The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this
we're here quick.
splendid power.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
Hold still. After all, everyone dies. Such vitality. Disgusting. Will this kill you? Do you understand what you're doing?
Not really.
Die. You can see it.
Ugh.
After all, everyone dies. Hold still. Oh, great Megamycete, hear my prayer! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, yes.
The hell I will.
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die! If I combine Rose with the Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! For my daughter! You won't intervene! This is the end. Why do you intervene? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter, you psycho!
Such vitality. Disgusting.
Ah!
Your life is over, Mr. Winters. Why do you
Ah!
cease this foolishness? Why do you persist in this foolishness?
Oh, come on.
The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. True. But this is the end. Come. Just. Curse this ramshackle village. Your time is up! Now
Oh, God.
die! You won't intervene. You still My wish will come. You are truly a wonderful father. Till now,
Okay.
of
It
course.
was feeling better. I feel hope. The best chips ever. Maybe just convince her to invest it all in Doge and then wait for it to plummet. It'll sort itself out. Barbecue. Bye-bye, barbecue. Bye-bye. Berry defeat in the crunchy goodness. Salty crunchy
You
goodness.
fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters.
Ah,
You
not the
disposed of
head.
my false children and awakened the glorious egg my seat. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll
Dude,
provide
some of these
her
times
with-
it doesn't seem like it does any damage.
So now you can die peacefully and permanently.
Not get away.
You understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Die. This is despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies.
Ah!
Will this kill you?
Ah, I shot it! The heck?
Oh, great mega mice! Hear my prayer!
I thought I understood that, but I don't.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die! I will take back my daughter! I understand your feelings, Miss Winters. True. But this is... If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day! Your time is up! Now die! Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need for this. So no.
Yeah, I'm dead.
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
How lucky you are to die.
When you would trade all of your chips for a BFG. Oof, oof, oof. That hit home. That hit home. I've already tried not shooting the blobs. I've tried both.
Little evil.
I've tried both. Maybe I'll go back to it.
You fulfilled your
I've already tried that
purpose,
as a
Mr.
strategy,
Winters.
but
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness.
the problem is the rifle is just
So
not
now
fast
you
enough.
can die peacefully.
I'm not letting you get
You
away.
understand the love of a parent to a child. How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. Your time is up! Now, die!
Ah.
Die. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure? The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies.
Don't understand that.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands.
Ah, she was already gone.
Thanks now.
The hell I will.
Die, 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 die.
Don't see anything. Just see
I will
candles.
take back my daughter!
Just tree branches.
I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters.
Oh, oh.
But this is the end for you. If I combine Rose with a megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. I shall put you to rest. You won't interfere. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now, so close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
I can take any form I desire. Even why? This is...
You keep saying that.
Cease this foolishness. The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Nope.
I think the problem might be you, Miranda. You're not capable of real love.
Nope.
Rose is truly mine at
Yep,
last.
she's a sponge. She's a sponge. I've done both. I've both shot the fireballs and I've not shot them and shot her and then blocked when they come at me. I've done both. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Meows. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, Luffy. Thank you. Thank you, Quad. Add. Back up on the wall. Yeah. Come on.
You fulfilled your purpose.
Use McCary.
You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose.
Whip
I
slap.
assure you I'll provide her with treatments. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of a parent.
Not letting you get away.
How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest.
Yeah. Oh, oh, oh.
This is
Boom.
You won't intervene.
Oh, didn't see her.
Your time is up.
Now die!
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair.
Uh-oh.
It granted me this splendid power.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Oh, crap. Ah.
Will this kill you? Die. Feel the dark God's wrath! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my house. Go on, rest now.
The hell I will.
I will take back my daughter! Die, 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 die. I understand your feelings, Miss Winters. Truly. But this
Oh, I
is...
still hadn't reloaded the thing.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century. A century! All for this day! This is... Why do you interfere? Surely you have no reason.
Ah! No!
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
After all, everyone dies.
Oh, she's got me. Got me.
Why? I've never seen a human live without thought.
Okay. Okay, come on. After this has gotta be it. The next one's gotta be it. Invictus Rico, thank you for the 13 months. Dougie Fresh, thank you for the gifted sub. Christian, thank you for the gifted. Chaos, thank you for the 690. Richie, thank you for the 10 months. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it. Crab Death.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Megamycete. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of a parent.
Not letting her get away.
How can you deny?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I've never seen a human live without his heart.
Ah!
You won't intervene. This is...
Rose ain't worth it. Ah.
The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair.
No, they didn't. Oops.
Granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
After all, everyone dies.
Ah, crap. Didn't mean to do that. Oops.
Die.
Too slow.
Feel the Dark God's wrath! Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, rest. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. Why do you interfere? Surely
There's not enough time
Rose
in
now.
the
So
second phase to switch weapons.
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
Why? Cease this foolishness. I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must. For my daughter. Time is up! Now, die! The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda?
Okay, second phase, no switching weapons. Second phase, no switching weapons. Have to stick with the gun. Handgun. Because the blobs come back too quickly.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true happiness. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of
I'm not letting you get away.
How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
Cease this foolishness. I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? Your time is up! Now die! I shall put you to rest. The Metamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah, right. All it's done is drive me nuts.
Will this kill?
Ah.
Feel the Dark God's wrath!
Oh.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, yes.
The hell I will.
If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. After all, everyone dies. Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter. Psycho!
No! I was clicking restore! There's no ammo. You guys, really, really. There's no ammo to be purchased. It would have been purchased. Excuse me.
You fulfilled your purpose, Mr. Winters. You disposed of my false children and awakened the glorious Neuroscience. Now, please do not worry for little Rose. I assure you I'll provide her with true peace. So now you can die peacefully. You understand the love of a parent.
I'm not letting you get away.
How can you deny me?
Why the hell can't you realize Rose is my goddamn kid, not yours?
I shall put you to rest. This is... I've never seen a human live without his heart. Are you sure you're not? You won't interfere.
But I
is
already
up.
have interfered.
Now die! The Megamycete saved me from the pits of despair. It granted me this splendid power!
Yeah,
Oop.
right. All it's done is drive you nuts.
Where it? Ah. Ah.
After all, everyone dies. Oh, great Megamycete, hear my prayer!
I gotta figure out what the heck I'm doing wrong there because it's stupid.
Now, Mr. Winters, I think it's time you left things in my hands. Oh, rest. If I combine Rose with a Megamycete, my daughter will be made manifest at last! I've waited a century, all for this day. I can take any form I desire. Even.
Ah! Oh wait, what'd I say? Nope.
Why do you interfere? Surely you have no need of Rose now. So close to death.
She's my goddamn daughter. You psycho.
Cease this foolishness.
Oh.
I will not let him or anyone else take Rose or my daughter. You still sleep. I will take back my daughter! There's nothing. Come. Just. The villagers, those foreigners, they could do nothing to assuage my years of loneliness.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
I shall put you to rest. You won't defeat me. My wish will come true. This is... I will see my hopes fulfilled. I must.
slap, 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 slap.
Cease this foolishness. Why won't you die? Curse this ramshackle village. Your time is up! Now die!
Bam.
Why? Why won't you die? Die, 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 die! I understand your feelings, Mr. Winters. True. But this is... I shall finish this. Why do you persist in this race? Will this kill you?
Where's my mind? Oh man. That was close.
I shall put you to rest. You still stuck. For my daughter.
It's not yours!
Die. You walking corpse.
Oh, come on.
Cease.
Ah!
This is how you end, Ethan Winters. To ensure I never see your face, I will feed you to the magnificent. Every single cell of your being.
Die. 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 No. Die. Marked. Oh my god. So close. So close. Only took 12 hours. And I don't just mean today. Can you believe that? Ugh, I don't want you anymore. Now I resent you.
Rose! It's all right. It's all right.
Now he dies. Now he's ash. Ashes to ashes.
Ethan! Ethan! Come on, Ethan. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Gonna sell t-shirts commemorating the night.
Chris.
Miranda is dead. Where were you, Chris?
It's
Where were
finished.
you?
I think we've finished each other.
gotta move.
Thank you, Luffy. Okay,
moving,
Ethan.
There's a bomb in that thing that'll blow this whole village sky high. Hey, look at me. When I hit this trigger, we can't be anywhere near it. Ah, damn it.
Thank
Mia's
you,
waiting for
Meows.
you.
Thank you, thank
She's
you.
alive, you hear me? Alive.
Mia, I'm so sorry. I love you. Keep Rose safe.
Hey, hey. And you tell yourself. Now come on, it's not that much further.
No Magnum, no problem.
Watch over her. Teach her to be strong.
God damn it.
Goodbye, Rosemary.
You just... No, hold on. Can we talk about this?
Ethan.
And from that day on, Rose knew she preferred evil. Bye-bye, Mold Daddy. We didn't see it, though. Doesn't count if we didn't see it, right?
Rose?
That's how sequels work.
Go. Go, take us up now.
Would you describe Ethan as a fun guy?
Wait! Where's Ethan?
Oh, I don't want to hear his name ever again.
Get moving. We have to get clear.
No! We can't go, not without my husband!
Mia, sit down and strap in.
Not before you tell me where Ethan is. I know
This
you
is how
abandoned
Warzone
us.
starts.
Tell me what's going on. Where? What was that?
I told you to sit down.
Sorry, I missed it. I was yawning.
Where is he?
I heard it.
Chris?
I saw a slight
What
boom
have
out of
you
the corner of my
done?
eye.
He's gone. I tried.
I tried. No, you didn't.
He stayed
left
so
us.
we could all escape.
You could have helped.
I'm sorry.
Captain, you need to see this. BSAA.
I thought he
didn't send
elbowed her,
soldiers.
so did I. So
This
did
is
I.
a bioweapon.
What the hell
Yeah.
were they thinking?
Orders, Captain.
Pick up the rest of the squad. Plot a course for BSAA Europe HQ. Someone's got to pay.
Laughs in Texan.
I went searching for Marys within the darkness
This girl singing sounds like
mysterious, and the fish king appeared.
Oh, I'm blanking on her name. I can see her face. Blonde girl, she does Lolita. I mean, she... No, definitely not Bjork. Not, no, not Poppy. Not the girl from, not Yolandi either. But the girl who I'm thinking of does kind of sound like, you could tell she takes a lot from Yolandi. Oh, what is her name?
Gifts we gave, but more you took.
No, Yolandi
She
is the
sighed.
singer from Diane Ward. That's not what I'm
Some
thinking
more
of.
in turn
Not
is
Sia.
due. In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. Her parents, though, had searched all day and at last arrived. With rampant rage, Father fought the witch, while Mother's loving touch shattered the dark enchantment. But the witch was strong, and Father yelled, "Save our daughter!" So Mother bore their
No,
child
Bjork
to
doesn't need
safety
auto-tune.
as the forest was consumed. Even now, the burnt forest is a grim reminder of Father's sacrifice. To this day, any child who stares too long into the charred wasteland will be haunted by nightmares of getting lost while
Whoa.
picking berries.
Hello, my tears.
What is her freaking name? Oh my goodness. No, she's not as big as any of those people you guys mentioned. Now you guys are just random name dropping. No, she's not as... Maybe it's not her, though. I'm gonna have to look her up after this, because I cannot think of her freaking name. I could see her face. Fluffy said it. Her name is Aga Ujima? Okay, that's not who I was thinking of. Definitely not who I was thinking of. Thank you, Fluffy. I'm looking... Or I'm not looking, I'm waiting. Let me see if I could find her. But if I can't remember her name, I feel like I'm not gonna be able to find her. Maybe if I just scroll through. I don't know. No. No. Anyways, I want to tell you guys who I was thinking of. I feel like her name has petite in it, but she's not French. No, not Fever Ray. Oh, she is French. No, she's Israeli. I mean, she's French-Israeli, but she's Israeli. I didn't know she was French, too. Her name is Petite Mellard. That's who I was thinking of. Sounds a lot like that girl. Well, well, well. Dirty Dog, thank you for the 420. Vata cult, yes. We're not a cult. Mumfrey, thank you for the gifted sub. JSC, thank you for the 2 months. Gector, thank you for the 333. Everything will be on YouTube. The shortened version, obviously. Not the full playthrough. Hidden Llama, thank you for the Prime. Dreadpool88, thank you for the Prime. Gector, thank you for the tier 1. Ramon Rizza, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Premi, thank you for the Prime. M. Calias, thank you for the 2 months. Thanks so much, you guys. I appreciate the support. Yeah, the credit, that song definitely has Bjork influence, but does not. I will just not repeat what I said earlier. It's not. I can tell it's not Bjork, though. Village of the Shadow. I played the most hardcore you could play. What are you talking about? Is there some secret unlocked version that I'm not aware of? Because if so, I'm gonna be angry. That was hardcore. No, you guys are so full of it. No way. No way. But you have to pass it for this first though, you mean? Village of Shadows. I will never like to you. But it doesn't go like that. All right, let's hold up.
Do you think the little boy?
She's still kind of creepy looking. Just saying.
You can touch the moon, it's too far away.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Okay, then you can touch it, but it'd be very, very cold.
You were being silly. I don't think the moon feels like a kid.
It does. But
Scotsman. Yeah, no more Miranda. I'm done.
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday.
Don't make me cry again.
I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is. Talk of the goddamn devil. Duty calls. I love you.
Yeah, I found her. Where else? Today of all days. We have a situation. You're needed, Evelyn.
Don't you ever call me that again.
Whoa, it's just a joke, Rose.
I can show you things even Chris doesn't know I can do.
We have a clear shot.
Stand down.
What?
I can handle it. She's just a kid.
You know it's over when you say something like that.
You're a lot like him, you know?
A lot of people don't have that black of eyelashes. Why am I focused on that right now? Her eyelashes are mold. Ooh, attack. Aww. There you go. There's my time, you guys. How many hours was on this boss, though? How many hours is on this boss? Let's see. Like... Let me see if I can scroll here. Five hours today. Oh my god, that's so sick. Five hours today on this boss. 5 hours today. Then we did Sunday night, which I did several hours. So half of my game time was this boss. Today was only 5 hours. Today was, I scrolled back because I sent Meows a message when we started. Today only was 5 hours. Yesterday was 30 minutes. So yes, you can count that. Sunday night, I don't know how many hours we spent. Oh, maybe I have it written because I might have wrote it down. Might have written it down. 5. No, that's Sunday. And that's not just the boss. That's the whole game. No, I don't have Sunday. Sunday we did a lot, though, because we did a whole section where we become Chris. It's progressive time. Every time you retried it, set the clock back. What? Thank goodness we convinced you of one more. I know. Seriously. Because that would have driven me insane if we had to do this. Oh, it's okay. Thanks, Fluffy. Thanks, you guys. Okay. So it's progressive time. Oops. A new difficulty. Nope. No, thank you. Nope. Nope. What? All these special weapons now? Completion points can be used to purchase. Ooh. I can tell you how much time I spent on this game probably in total then. Today and Sunday were the only days I did. Well, today was 5.5. Yesterday was 30 minutes, so 6. Sunday, I think, is the only day I don't have saved. But I could look back easily. No. Oh, okay. Ethan's face, by the way, since it's never shown, he gets on my nerves just looking at him. Jeez. I'm tired. I hate his face. Looks very worried. No, I said safe. Now we have to go back to Sekiro, all the weak bosses. Oh my god. Yeah, so now... Rip Vampire Mommy. I don't know what's gonna be after this. I do definitely intend to go back to Sekiro. Mass Effect? How is it though? Chucky was saying some of the new stuff is kind of You're liking it? I don't know. I'm definitely not. Probably like Monster Hunter, but the learning curve is steep. Oh, you're sick, Chaos. Yeah, I've been meaning to play that with Fluffy Scotsman. No, we definitely need to go back to Sekiro. I'm not deciding what else we're doing tonight, though. I'm way too out of it. Play as Duke. Crow, thank you for the gifted sub. ADV Colin, thank you for the prime. 134 Zing, thank you for the 300 biddies. I don't know yet what we're doing with the video. 12-hour playthrough? I'd be down to do that, Fluffy. Today? No. Not today, though. I know what we're playing. Who Sleeps First challenge. Okay, guys. I gotta eat dinner. It's 9 p.m. What a night until the rush. At one point you wrote in Spanish. No, it's not a stuffed lion. It is. The one, the only. Long meows. Fluffy. Dude. Today would have been a good day, because I actually have that weird, I have that weird thing happening where I could actually pull it off. I could pull off a 24-hour if I was prepared. Quadson! All of a sudden, you want to end a stream at a decent time, huh? Come on, 3 a.m. Let's do this. Aga. Oh my god. There. Is this some sort of reverse psychology? Meows. You guys are out of it. I think I infected you. You guys hear the music? Jeez, look at my eyes. No, this has got to go. The eyeliner went into raccoons. Mold party. They're me. Oh my god, I'm dying. It seemed like a week ago, for real. Oh, come on. Nice mold. Guys, we're about to have another one of the moments because you don't see the stuff they're sending me. When the stuff is... I'm losing it. Oh man. You mold here off. Yeah, Quad. It feels like the sequel to that right now. I feel like I was about to go there. I don't call myself uncle. Chat calls me uncle. You can't make up your own nicknames. It doesn't work like that. Combo of memes and exhaustion. You kinda did though. I mean, I just was. Is that what you mean? Man, I'm not crying now. I'm wiping all of the fallen eyeliner off from sweating through this game. I think you're out of it. You don't say. Going third person uncle would be sus. You guys, you would have to have an intervention with me if that happened. Wipe the mold away. Wipe the mold away. The game is over. It is done. Good riddance. Avida Shang. I bid you adieu. It's done. Goodbye. We'll add it to the list of reasons. Her, she's not crying. Her eyeballs are sweating. I feel absolutely delirious. That's how I feel. But I'm so happy that we finished this game. Because there's no way. That was Peaches. Yeah, there was no way I was going to be excited to stream that again. First intervention is the flamingos. I think we're one step there. His head's been covered twice. Even Long Meows wants to stay awake. Chico, thank you for the 420. Sanity Frank, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thanks so much. Sosa, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it, you guys. Okay, guys. It is time to get the hell off of this computer because my eyeballs hurt. And then I'm gonna eat some dinner, and then maybe I'll see you guys on Discord later. I don't know. The last time I did last week when I did a stream this long, you guys were all, nobody was in the music room. I was shocked. 9 minutes to 11-hour stream. Yeah, we might as well wait, huh? Did we finish these chips? Let me get that 11-hour mark. How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Should I get out of Resident Evil as a category? Yes, I should. We finished the game. Oops. Thank you, Fluffy. Scotsman, somebody else made that mayo joke earlier. Sad Warriors eliminated. When she plays a game, I don't want to play it after. Fluffy would definitely not want to play this. I can already tell. What's happening here? What are the plans for this weekend? Good question, Quad. I will be streaming tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. No one went to quit. I'll be streaming tomorrow, Saturday, as well as Sunday. Then I'll be taking Monday and Tuesday off of stream, which I've been doing recently. Those have been my no stream days. I'll either be back Wednesday or Thursday. It depends how much I get done on those days off. We have a new YouTube video up. What else is there? Discord music night is like basically every night. There's themes if you're new here. If you want to know what the themes are about, you can just ask Quad or another mod. Or someone from Nightwatch to guide you into the music room. Dreaming and dreaming. What else can I tell you guys? Secret sauce. Okay, you guys keep asking about secret sauce. So here's my plan. Depending on how much I get done Monday and Tuesday, there will be a secret sauce next week. I can always push it to the weekend. That way I could take Wednesday to prep for it if I needed to. So, hopefully next week and next week. It's been a minute since we've had movie night. That's a good point. We should do a movie night very soon. True or false? Maybe we'll do some true or false tomorrow because we didn't do it this week. I did a lot of co-streams this week. So maybe we'll do true and false. True or false or true and false tomorrow. Let's see. Tomorrow's Saturday? Yeah, maybe we'll do it Saturday. There will be, hopefully, a game night, Discord community game night on Monday with Sob and Quad. I probably won't be in on that one, but you guys should get together if you want to. Yeah, we should do some plebbing this week. Tomorrow could be a good day for that. Should we pleb tomorrow? Relax day? We deserve it after this. We need a movie night for morale. Antichrist by Lars von Trier, yes. And I did like it. Pasteles de masa. No, I've never made that. Sounds sweet? Let me figure out if there's a way to do an impromptu movie night this weekend. Maybe even tomorrow I can do a shorter stream. I don't know. Let me think about it and talk to the mods. Maybe we could do movie night sooner rather than later. Sasha Bachita Rica. Yes, we finished her. We killed Miranda. Movie night before stream. That's another idea. Try Mofongo. Try looking at my YouTube. There is a Mofongo up there. The mods just said, I mean, if we do a 24-hour stream now, we would have plenty of time. Right, with pleasure. No, my head actually doesn't hurt today. Thank God. Man, I've had bad headaches for the past couple weeks. And I thought it was the lights, but now I think it was the lights and allergies combined. I probably don't have a headache. You know why? Because I put the red light or the red filter up, so it helped me. Yeah, we gotta... I'm not a mathematician, but we hit 11 hours. If you keep going, we end 10 a.m. tomorrow. Easy claps. Oh, you guys are sick. We do have to... We do have to, I kind of want to just mess with Morcris when he wakes up. Dude, Morcris is probably up soon. Let's see what time it is. Probably like 7 a.m. there? No, oh, I was off. 5 a.m. No, he's not up yet. You guys are such a bad influence. I'm not joking. I'm in the mood to stay up. Oh my god. All right, guys. So maybe we could do a movie night this weekend. I'll let you guys know. Let me talk to the mods. Let me eat, then I'll talk to the mods. Maybe we could do that tomorrow before stream or Sunday. Then we'll also do some fun stuff, relaxed stuff on stream Saturday and Sunday. Monday and Tuesday I'm off. Wednesday depends how much I get done. So I'll be back. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. And I have my eyeglass appointment next week. I mean, my optometry appointment next week. Doesn't mean I'm getting them. It looks like a cow's udder. Ah! You guys have no idea. She'll probably post that later. Yeah, that's gotta go in Discord. That's gotta go in the new channel. I've been bugging you since last year, Squinty. She's milking me out. Okay, I really gotta go. I gotta go. This is not gonna... Yo, I've listened to you for over 10 hours. I don't want to talk to you. Okay. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thank you, mods. If you're new here, don't forget to follow and turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. You can also follow me on socials because I announce there. I will be back tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. Depends on many things. And I'll be back Sunday as well. So new YouTube videos up. Check those out if you get bored in the meantime. And then for all the subs, we will talk later on Discord about possible movie night tomorrow or Sunday. Thanks again, everybody. See you tomorrow. Wait, Fluffy's not streaming? You're not streaming, Fluffy? No, he's busy here. Okay. All right. Thanks again, you guys. See you tomorrow.